A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move. Wait,
oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He misses me! Oh, he missed how?
The battles will be electric.
That is...
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger!
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head, he can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome everybody to the 2022 Speed Chess Championships. I am International Master David Pruss, and I am joined by noted streamer GMJX. Welcome, Jeffrey. How are you today?
Thank you. Good morning, David. It's super early for both of us, but I do have faith that as we move along, we will get more and more energized, start waking up. So it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Yeah. And Jeffrey, you also happen to be a Super Grandmaster, and you've played in several of these Speed Chess Championships yourself. How many matches have you played?
Well, it's a very good question. Yeah, I have made it maybe 2 times. Unfortunately, never passed the first round. I'm not that good. So yeah, just 2. I lost to MVL, and I think I lost to Wesley last year.
Okay, well, we will be watching the first round today, so it'll be territory that you know well. Here is our bracket, and we have 1 match in the books and 7 more to go in this first round. What do you see in this bracket here? What stands out to you?
Yeah, I believe it was 4 days ago we saw a thriller between Fabi and Arjun Irgaisi. Fabi just edging out Arjun there. And today, Ding versus Grischuk. I also expect a very tight match. Definitely would lean Ding, but we'll see. What does Smarter Chess think about this?
Mm-hmm. Are you going to tend to agree or disagree with Smarter Chess once you?
I mean, I almost always disagree with him.
Okay.
But let's find out if that trend continues.
Well, let's find out, because I would also lean towards Ding, and Smarter Chess does as well.
Yeah, this looked quite accurate. Surprisingly enough. I'm not sure that Ding is favored this much in 5 minute. I think Grischuk can definitely battle him there. Mm-hmm. I'd give Ding like a 1-point edge in 5 and 3 minute. Mm-hmm. And then in bullet it's probably a toss-up, because initially I thought, okay, Ding, his bullet would be his weakness, but last year I saw him go toe-to-toe with Hikaru there, who we know is a bullet beast.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, in general, Chinese players don't play a lot of bullet because of the internet connection in China not being as fast. It's just not as fun to play 1-0, I think. So Ding doesn't have a lot of practice with it, but you throw on the 1 second increment, and we saw him in last year's semifinals going absolutely blow for blow, toe to toe with Hikaru Nakamura, who's obviously known as the best bullet player in the world. So he should be able to keep up in that format. If the match is this close in 5 minute and 3 minute, like if it's a 1-point game, then of course you get to the bullet, and even if one player is favored, it feels like pretty close to a toss-up, right?
Yeah, and absolutely. I think you mentioned 2 very important points. First of all, the 1 second increment, super beneficial to Ding. But also the connection. Like sometimes we've seen Ding lose his connection in these online events. So hopefully it maintains for him today. But yeah, in general, I look forward to a very, very close, exciting match.
All right. So the match is starting very, very shortly. we're going to quickly tell everybody the format for those of you who aren't familiar with the Speed Chess Championship. Some of you are, you know, you can nod along or nodders along. It is a 16-player knockout at this point. Some players had to qualify in, but we have 16 players now. Each match has 3 time controls, 5-minute chess, 3-minute chess, and 1-minute chess, as we just saw. And in each time control, you play until time runs out, and then the game that you're currently playing needs to finish. So if you've got a game currently going in the 3-minute section and the score is 7-7 and time runs out, that last game you will play it out to the end and it will count towards the score.
Yep, well said. And I do believe game should be underway shortly. Let me make sure I'm following the players.
All right. And as we saw for a second, folks, if the match finishes in an out-and-out tie after all 3 time controls are done, we have 2 different tie breaks ready. One is a 4-game mini match of 1-minute chess. And if that finishes 2-2, then we have an Armageddon game with bidding. But here are the players, and let's get into the action. Any openings you're hoping to see today, Jeffrey? Anything you love?
Yeah, I think the opening battle will be crucial. Ding, probably I think we'll see c4 mostly, or some Nimzo or Catalan. And the most interesting for me is when Grischuk has white, because he plays both e4 and d4. So I'm not sure if he'll challenge Ding's super solid e4, e5 repertoire, or will he also battle Ding's Nimzo? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we are underway here. Queen's Gambit declined to start. Both players still blitzing.
Mm-hmm. And now what, c5 for black?
Yeah, c5 is a move. Bishop b4 check was also... I think this is quite theoretical, if I remember well. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what both players have prepared. Did they delve very deeply, or are they just going to stick to their usual weapons?
Right, b3 challenging black on the side of the board where black has made a big effort to quickly become strong, pushing both the c pawn and the b pawn up, grabbing a lot of space. If black doesn't push the c pawn up, sometimes white plays for pressure on the c file, but here black looks pretty strong on the queen side. And what do you think of this tension on c4? It looks to me like black should be strong there.
Yeah, I'm worried a little bit about a4, because a4 would be extremely hard to meet. You'd want to meet that with a6, but the rook on a8 is hanging in that line. Also important to point out, c3 is not a move due to queen d3 with the double attack.
Even triple.
Yeah, triple attack on b5, c3, and h7. So I guess bishop b7 here, just so that you have this a6 move on a4.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting as well. Bishop b7. Sometimes in these structures, white tries to play e4, so the bishop is not.
Oh, but I realized something. I'm sorry. Bishop b7, there could be like a bc.
Yeah, and queen b1.
Exactly.
Otherwise, he wouldn't think a minute and a half on this move.
Right. So how else do you solve the problem? Like, if you play knight f6 or knight b6, I'm slightly worried about a4. Although...
You could play a6 first here, perhaps.
And if a4?
And if a4, then bishop b7.
But I still think I would have the same idea, right? With queen b1. Goes a5. Wow.
Wow. So he was prepared to answer a4 with b4, perhaps? And then just try and queen the pawns real quick.
So Ding opened this b file quickly. I guess he wants to use the fact that his bishop controls b8, so it's harder for black to contest it.
Right. And when white took on c4, black might have liked to play dc to go with the a pawn and play b4 and bishop b7 have an open diagonal, but there would have been queen b1 again. So that's why Ding took immediately then, because he knew it was forcing b takes c, and it feels almost like Ding is in his opening prep still.
He's already built a 2-minute advantage on the clock. We know how methodical Grischuk is, though, and how good he plays with seconds on the clock, though.
Yeah, it's definitely not unusual to see Grischuk use all his time.
Plays rook
Manages
b6.
to get to the b file.
Yeah, rook b1. However, I think it's going to be hard for him to get the other rook in. So, rook
I mean,
b4.
to me, the issue is white just playing e4 somewhere around here, and the black minor pieces not being super well organized.
Definitely an idea. I'm not sure you play it right away. I want to fight on the b file and play a move like a3, but I guess Grischuk wants to take on b1.
Takes bishop a3.
Right, and maybe the a3 pawn is hanging in some lines.
Yeah.
So now, what other ideas are there beside e4? Because e4, I'm worried that black will take it and go knight f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then if the queen tries to find room to bother black at c6, black seems to have bishop b7 and have all the squares covered.
Looks like a critical moment for Ding, I must say.
Yeah, he thinks so as well. As he takes his first real think of the match. It's funny, he'd actually love to be able to take that bishop that he got outside the pawn chain and play bishop d2 here. That would be a really good move if you could pressure that a pawn.
Yeah, I think this last move was quite strong by Grischuk. Now I'm thinking of something a bit funky with queen d1, with the idea of a3 and recapturing with the queen.
I was just thinking of a3 and recapturing with the bishop, followed by queen c2. And then if knight f6, you know, white can play bishop e5 or knight e5.
Yeah, so lots of possibilities here. He's still taking his time.
Now, moves I would never consider are rook takes b4. Okay.
All right, now let's see if he wants to sack on a3 or he's going to go with your idea.
Wow, he's second guessing on the recapture after all that.
Yeah, that's not a great sign. Or he does sack it. Maybe, does he want rook b5 or what is his idea on bishop takes?
I do not know. Maybe, okay.
But are you really getting to my d5 pawn? I've got knight f6, bishop e6. Also, like knight f6, let's say you try to pin me with bishop g5.
Right.
I think I can just go bishop e7 there and hold everything together for the moment.
Yeah.
Also, would you consider just sacrificing the a pawn? Like bishop e6, bishop f6, queen f6?
I mean, black should be fine there. I think basically black has a position where they could lose one pawn and still be fine. But if possible, I'd love to keep that a pawn and sort of beat white by surprise with it. I don't know how big a surprise it would be, but it looks like quite a good pawn for trying to win the game, let's say.
Yeah, he is content with giving it up because after bishop f6, you don't want to take with the g pawn and weaken your king too much over here.
Knight h4, queen h5.
Right. Okay, knight e5 played.
We won't even see for sure which way he would recapture since Ding builds the tension.
Now, knight c6 is a huge threat because you've always got these bishop f6, queen h5 stuff. Plays rook e8. So he's going to make room for the king, I believe.
Making room for the king, also for bishop f8.
So just to show this line, because it's very important, knight c6, queen d7, bishop f6, queen c6. There's no longer a queen h5 because you freed the square for the king. So now you can go gf and run with the king via e7.
Yeah.
But we might see this. So knight c6.
After queen d7, the pieces would both be hanging, so he would have been sort of tied up. All right. Now here, rook a5 is possible because of the bishop position. Yeah.
This feels very risky, though. Not sure.
Bishop b4, what's he planning?
Oh, bishop b4 would have been a crazy move there. But he simplifies this.
Oh, there would have been rook a6. There would have been rook a6.
Yeah, white did have some options there. But this is, I guess this is a very safe approach. Maybe Grischuk had more. But I don't think he should ever lose this position either.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to take care of back rank and do something with the rook that can't go to b8.
Offering a trade of rooks, very logical.
Yeah, does everything he needs.
So at some point I'm expecting bishop e4. I think you just get rid of this knight. Oh, he's going to be ambitious here with f3.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he would go f3, e4, because if you just take on e4, then basically you need to come defend the c3 square with that bishop and just huddle down and play for a draw.
Right, I was thinking take on e4, queen b2, make a draw, but Ding has other plans.
Oh, yeah, because of the back rank, you're just going to force queen b8, huh?
Yes. Okay, now actually,
but
Ding
you know what's
might be able
weird?
to do something, yeah?
If black had played h6 in that line of yours, I don't think you can go queen b8 because c3 would queen the pawn.
Right, that other line that we're looking at, yeah.
So this f3 with the possibilities of e4 and g4, I think it keeps more tension for white, and that bishop on c2 is blockading the c-pawn for the moment, so I wouldn't be in a rush to trade it off.
Yeah, I have to say, the more I look at this, the more I like Ding's chances, because it's hard for black to stop e4 from coming in.
I'm noticing 20 seconds on Grischuk's clock, but you don't think that's a big issue here, do you?
No, it might be. This position could start sharpening up.
Well, here it comes. If black takes, then there's a crazy pass d-pawn for white that can get going quickly.
Right, you absolutely cannot allow that.
So Grischuk allows the space gain instead. And the space gain with e4, e5 is scarier with more pieces on the board. So here it's sort of okay.
Right, I assume he keeps the tension for now. Just keep he'll keep e5 in his back pocket. But for now, maybe you play a move like bishop g3, something flexible. No, he does go e5. Okay. So control of the f5 square is vital.
Yeah. I completely misguessed how Grischuk was going to play this. I thought the knight was headed towards the queen side for counterplay with the c-pawn. Instead, it's over here on the king side.
Yeah, bishop f5, and I think... Ah, now maybe there's bishop a4, actually. Can white still push here? g4, king g3?
Yeah, that knight
Wait a second.
Not good yet.
These pawns are starting to go up the board.
When at some point the move bishop c6 will just win the center pawn.
Well, knight f4.
Ah, he's ready.
Ah, you've got h4, bishop e7. Oh, man. And only 3 seconds for Grischuk.
Oh,
wait,
wow.
Why h5?
He didn't trade.
Yeah, that's a shocking decision.
But, I mean, he's thinking that, you know, black's going to be tied to that h6 square.
Right. It's still good.
Nice move.
Wow. Grischuk playing on seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds for him. Opens up another weakness.
Bishop
e4. Still playing for the win.
You've got to go bishop e4 at some point. Bishop e4 and c3.
That's right, now that you've got that square. Free up the knight.
No, bishop d8? Okay. He's still got bishop e4. Yeah, he finds it.
Yeah. I think he's holding.
He does seem to be holding. Yeah, I think he can just play king h7, g7. And they do make a draw. Wow.
Woo!
Very tense game one. Maybe a bit of nerves for both players. I think both sides had chances at some point, but draw a fair result.
Yeah, I feel in that pure endgame, the risks were definitely all in Grischuk's camp, so he can be happy that nothing happened.
Certainly, yeah. Now, we get an anti-Catalan here. Let's see which one. Okay, so Ding allows a Benoni with reverse colors.
Yeah. Don't see this super often. In fact, people have asked me in my channel, like, why don't you see this Benoni with reverse colors very much at GM levels? I've had that question before. It's like, even with an extra tempo, not a lot of GMs like this structure.
Right, yeah, because I'm not sure if the extra tempo helps you so much from White's point of view. But this is an interesting approach from Grischuk. He's just pushing up all these pawns on the queen side. If black takes, he'll happily exchange it for the center pawn.
Yeah. And the bishop g2 will wake up.
Indeed. Okay,
All
bishop
right.
f5.
Looking at d3 and c2. And b1 now.
Right.
Lines it all up for that bishop.
Now, the move I want to play is e4, but I don't think it works on account of knight fd4.
Knight fd4 without
although,
trading.
yeah, although there is a bishop g4 there, so it could be interesting.
Once you play bishop g4, the queen can just move, and you don't have much oomph on that f5 b1 diagonal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it doesn't quite work. But otherwise, black needs to do something, because c5 and b5 are on tap.
Yeah. e4, knight d4 takes, and then is there no trick there? Oh, so e4, knight d4 takes. Maybe bishop takes b4 there?
Whoa.
Knight f5?
So we're looking at this. Queen e1, ed3. I guess white has enough control of the position that it doesn't quite work. But there are, I mean, these lines do exist. Like maybe I'm still trying to make this bishop g4 move work.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying
so here
just
for white
too, yeah.
Well, I was,
So doesn't seem to be quite working. Grischuk still, or excuse me, Ding rather still thinking here. You can play a move like h6, bishop h7 if you think white doesn't have serious threats.
Yeah, if you don't think b5 does much yet. We've got the opposite clock situation from game one, or the same situation depending on whether you look at the colors of the players. But Grischuk playing his opening very confidently with white this time, and Ding using a lot of time.
Yeah, lightning fast. He's only used 5 seconds. Okay, rook c8. So the good thing is if c5, black will get this juicy d5 score for the knight.
Yeah, it's so juicy. Black could even maybe play knight d5 without retreating the bishop.
Very true, yeah.
Because, c d6, knight c3, and you have to play queen d2 and give your rook with tempo. Your queen has so little space.
Exactly, yeah, that's a nice tactic. But here I'm worried about bishop g5. That's why I liked h6 a bit better to stop that.
Yeah, bishop g5 doesn't go the best with the knight a2 plan. But when you ask, what does black or white get out of the extra tempo in the Benoni, one option is basically that there wasn't time for the other player to play h6 in the first, 7 moves. And so you can get, one bishop trade. But that normally goes with, a knight d2, knight e4 plan, not knight a3 to c2.
Yeah, this is what I want. I want to go bishop g5, knight 2, knight e4, but d3 is hanging, as you point out. Maybe bishop g5 and knight h4 could be the new idea. I guess he's also calculating b5 here. Something like a-b, knight a5. Not sure if that benefits white.
Yeah.
So yeah,
rook c8 give him a lot to think about too. When you're black in these positions, sometimes you play knight h4, bishop g4, bishop f3, and you just go back and forth trying to get offering that trade.
But as white, I'm not sure.
But as white, it doesn't make any sense.
I still like bishop g5 and knight h4. This is what I would play.
But once you play bishop g5, black will play h6 and then tuck the bishop on h7.
Yeah, so the reason why I want to kill this knight is because I'm trying to play the c5 idea without allowing knight d5. That's my main point.
Gotcha. So you would trade off the one bishop, sit the knight on h4, play c5.
Yeah, see, he played it after 2 minutes 31 seconds. I wanted to play it after 30 seconds.
2 seconds and 30 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Well, here come the moves we expect.
Uh-huh. So, yeah, again, I really want to play knight d2, knight e4. I was even considering playing rook b3, but okay, he does go knight h4, probably bishop h7, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
No, he goes the other way. Interesting. Now I'd be looking for some pushes over here.
He's got to do something about the knight on c2. It's not
Right.
yet. It's
A typical
not yet
idea.
making sense.
Yeah, a typical idea is also b5 and knight b4.
Right. So b5 is going to force the knight to either a5 or d8 to protect the pawn. Okay, we get up. Totally different approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this does exactly. I'm worried that now, yeah, after a move like b6, maybe knight e7 will come with tempo.
Yeah, this move I would associate with a follow-up like queen f3, but doesn't look especially good.
Yeah, or like a rover if you could, but that's clearly not possible. Queen f3 is a move. I don't know how you would evaluate your chances in that endgame.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, there's a positional pawn sec idea here. You go c5, bc, and b5. And the idea to get a pass pawn there and the c4 square, but he does offer the exchange.
Yeah. My guess would be that black has to be okay in the endgame.
Should be, yeah. Because you don't really have a clear weakness, like e5 is quite well protected. Maybe you can take in like king f8. Just play simply.
Yeah.
All right, he is thinking, what other moves are there? Like bishop e7? But that doesn't look right.
Once we get into the endgame, I could even see black playing a5.
Fighting for those dark squares.
Fighting for the dark squares and trying to keep the knight stuck on c2, right? By getting control of a3 and b4. Because to me, that piece
definitely
is a real problem.
You're right. You're absolutely right. This is the worst piece on the board. Now Grischuk. For Grischuk, I think you first reposition this knight. Like, I'm looking for all kinds of pawn breaks on the queen side, but I think you want to reroute this knight first.
Knight d2 to e4 with a tempo. Now it's a bullet game, and you know they're pretty early in the game to be down to a minute each. This one.
Yeah, this could be a preview for what we're gonna see in 1+1. I think it should be balanced because both sides are maintaining control of key squares. Not many weaknesses for either side. Knight e7 though, he's offering the pawn. I guess
but
he's
he
saying,
would win a piece almost. Oh no, the rook. I see.
But how? Like you take f6 and maybe wait. Don't I have bishop e6 there? I think Dean blundered this. I've got knight e5, bishop e5. I'll show it. Rook e5, f6, and bishop e6 is very important here. But 14 seconds for Grischuk. Let's see if he sees that or not.
It could also go knight e5, bishop.
He sees it. Yeah, he found it. And now bishop e6. Oh, he sacks. Okay, this is also good.
Yeah.
But I think bishop e6 would have. I mean, he could have held on to the exchange there. Let's see what he does here. 5 seconds. Very important that the bishop is controlling on a8.
Yeah. I think he's got the last big think of the game. King c5 is what I wanted to do.
Okay, knight c2. Do you go bishop f5? I really like my prospects on this
I thought
die.
rook e2.
And if I check in knight e3?
Who knows? At least one rook got active. maybe rook d2.
Yes, rook d2 is a good move. Yes. Very good move. 2 seconds. Oh, there's a fork here on c4, but black is better in that position. Whoa, he flags. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Bullet preview. he didn't know how critical it was.
That might have been
The timing
lag.
situation
It
was
might have been lag, I'm not sure, or some nerves. But in any case, not a great game to drop. He was still fine in that position.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, we'll see
Black
if
would have had like a small edge if he went knight c4, huh? But like it's
I
really
think so.
close.
Yeah, but it's still holding because you block with the knight, you have past b pawn.
Ooh,
Yeah,
this is
he's
exciting. Very, very tender, isolated pawns here.
Yeah, completely symmetrical position. See if they keep copying each other.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f5? No, okay.
I just counted real quick. Nothing was hanging.
Yeah, I like this for Grischuk though. Looks solid. You go knight f5.
You just, yeah. Your opponent's showing you all your moves. It's very convenient in a blitz game.
Right, I'm always so annoyed when I'm playing with white and my opponent copies me. Because it feels like the onus is on me to figure out how to deviate, but then if you do, it might not be in your favor.
Right. Also, if black plays knight f5, I mean, not just could they trade on e3 and make everything symmetrical again, but the d pawn would be almost dead. I mean, we'd be playing knight e2 for white.
Yeah, which is certainly not what you want. So yeah, I agree with you. d4 is quite soft. Bishop on g2 is being blunted for now. I imagine that the bishop goes on h3 in the future to at least target this guy.
But if we went to h3 with the bishop and then the knight came to f5 and we traded that knight, that position would be wretched, right?
Exactly, yeah, because white's pawns would all be on the same color as its bishop. So yeah, positionally, black would have the upper hand there.
Maybe g4 here.
Wow.
Oh, man, not fast enough.
I would not have considered that. It looks weakening, but I do understand. Simple.
Like we just have to stop knight f5, right? So,
at all costs, yes.
Yeah, and what I want to do next is going to seem horrifying to you as well. I want to play h4, h5 next.
Run Harry up the board. I mean, I can respect that. I would also go f4 just to make sure there are no e5 ideas for black.
Yeah. Well, what I would probably do is play something like queen d2, rook a1 first, like coordinate my heavy pieces a little bit. But my long-term plan is the h5 pawn break.
Actually e5 immediately might be a move. What do you make of this line? Like e5, d5, d4? And if you go queen b3 check, king h8, I'm thinking now g4 is hanging. So, I don't know. I guess there is a pin, so I'm not threatening either of your pieces. Maybe you can play like f4. But yeah, this could be just one of the things.
F4, rook d8, and then I am...
so you mean...
losing my piece.
Oh, because now I protect the queen?
Yeah.
Aha.
Yeah, and now, unfortunately, I'm forced to sack. f4 was very ambitious.
Yeah, I guess maybe something else like a knight e4, and it probably wouldn't have been working.
Right.
He went for a more conservative move, knight c8.
Yeah, I think knight b5 might be the move, putting the most pressure on d4, and then, but okay, he's maneuvering elsewhere with this knight. b3 to keep it out of c4. So we see Ding in full like restriction mode on these knights, right? The first thing to do sometimes with the bishop pair is deprive the enemy's knights of central outposts.
Yes, indeed. I'm expecting f4 at some point. I don't know when. Because you do have like knight e2 to bolster it.
It'd be nice if that knight on c3 were somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe he will. I think he will play knight e2 very soon.
I'm looking at knight a4 as well.
But I'm worried that black will do this. Oh, now I could do it. Yeah, because I was worried about b6. But here, I guess Grischuk wants to play knight b5.
Oh wow, just going after d4. Now white has the move rook d2 to defend it as just sort of an extra option. I kept thinking the queen would be on d2 to play rook d1, but with the way he's playing, I'll have rook d2 as an extra option.
They always see this f4 move. And Grischuk is trying to organize pressure on d4, I feel. Maybe some queen b6 and later knight b5. But you gotta watch out for this f5 move lurking in some positions.
Yeah, because of the d5 pawn. That may be tactically possible for white in some cases.
Exactly.
Also, just knight takes d5 is something to keep an eye on throughout.
Yeah, where you get a rook and 2 pawns for the pieces. I wouldn't be sure how to estimate that.
Yeah.
Okay,
and if we're not sure, it means, it's close enough for us to keep an eye on it.
Close enough for Grischuk to sidestep here and avoid any nonsense with that. And for Ding, it's hard to form a plan. Because if not f5, what other breaks?
Well, this knight needs to be somewhere else if he wants to do something. Like, a good plan would be just dropping that knight on e5. That would...
you mean like king h1, knight g1, knight f3?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're going to have to stay tied to this pawn. Wait, this move now allows h4, h5, though. This is the one plan that you mentioned at the beginning that I quite like, because black is without its light squared bishop, so these pawns are going to be harder to protect.
Yeah. But now there's also, like, knight b5, right? Like, okay, he backs off after thinking a moment. But that was, the big moment to attack d4 with everybody.
Yeah, I think Ding had rook d1 there in that case. But Grischuk clearly wary of the h4, h5, so he's keeping an eye on the square.
So king h1, bishop f3. Ooh.
Does he want to just slowly try and prepare h4?
Right, or is he going to play h4 and sack the pawn?
Yes. Yeah, he might start with like a queen d3 move.
Exactly, so he's ready to take g6 by surprise as well.
But the more that I think about it, wait, maybe h4 is a threat, because after queen h4 you go g5, closing the queen, and you threaten to trap it on the next move.
Maybe knight e4 here is a good move for black.
Offering this exchange,
Yeah, just decimating our own pawn structure, but like the white king is always going to be vulnerable as the game opens up. And how does white take the e-pawn without allowing, some kind of counter on d4?
I'd probably go rook d1 there, and I'd have knight c3 or queen c2 next.
You overprotect d4, preparing to do that, but like black plays rook d7, let's say.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna hold off on that idea. Now h4 is possible.
Yeah. The queen d3 looks quite good.
Also queen d3, yeah.
Stopping knight e4 and preparing.
I like queen d3 a lot, yeah. Okay. Oh, but Grischuk's waiting. That is not a good sign.
Because you think ultimately white can continue improving.
Well, it's usually never a good sign when you show like you're willing to go back and forth and wait to see how the other side makes progress. Will he play? No, he's gonna just agree to withdraw. Okay.
Oh man. We are left with some questions about how that position can play out, right?
Yeah, I wanted to play queen b1 there and still go with my h4 idea.
Still go with h4, yeah.
But
wonders, but all right, you get your first to see e4.
Yeah, first e4 game we'll probably see a Marshall.
This looks like a match strategy from Grischuk, like he planned to test both e4, well, both I guess c4 and e4 early on, and see what Ding's playing today.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do against a player like Ding. You're not going to just be able to refute one of his openings. So jumping around is probably the way to go.
Yeah. When I played in the I am not an SCC match, I would go into the match with some kind of plan like that, Jeffrey. Like I'd be like, okay, first I want to like try this opening, then I want to try that, I want to test there. And then once you're playing the game, I'm so caught up in it, I just forget any match strategy that I had and just keep like fighting, move by move.
Yeah, did you prepare a lot before matches or mainly just going with the flow? Ah, you did.
did.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have too much else going on in my life. So if I've got a match, it's rare enough that I'll prepare for it. But then all the preparation just flies out the window once you're like, bloodied and the other players like punching you in the face and like I don't know. Do you think it's normal to keep track of your match prep in a blitz situation?
It's so hard. Like I did my due diligence before every JSCC match, every SCC. I'd prepare like 5 different openings for both colors. But I noticed that the moment the match starts, I forget everything I prepared. So
okay.
It's normally better just to be in good blitz shape, I think.
Yeah, so that's what I'm noticing here with like Grischuk is he didn't forget. That's what was standing out to me. Having forgotten every time, I'm seeing this guy did not forget.
Okay, this is an interesting transformation here. He's going to play with the IQP.
Right, with some c-file weaknesses for black.
Yeah, c6 is also a bit loose. I'm wondering what he wants after bishop g4, though.
Maybe queen c2.
Oh, wow, queen c2 there.
Yeah. If bishop f3, queen c6, and black's bishop and knight look awkward to me.
Yeah, that line works, just to show it. Because actually, I can't move my knight either due to bishop d5. This is a cheeky idea by you.
Yeah. And if you give ground with the knight, then knight e5 is, of course, amazing. But
maybe I'd go like queen d7 there.
Yeah, I think the key line would be bishop g4, queen c2, queen d7.
He's going to go bishop e6, try and solidify on d5.
Right. So against bishop e6 or bishop b7, I think, knight d2 to e4 to c5 would have been a major plan for Grischuk. But I've got a question, not just for you, Jeffrey. I know you're a sports fan, but also for all of chat. Which of these two players do you think would be a better football player, Grischuk or Ding?
So I know that Ding plays a lot of basketball. He also plays football. I remember one of the Waikonze's, there was a video where he played with Magnus and all the grandmasters there on the rest day. So I'd have to go with Ding based on that knowledge.
Okay. And do you ever play football yourself?
You mean European football, right? Not
European
American.
Or international football?
Yeah, international football. I played as a kid when I was 5 or 6 back in Columbus, Ohio. But
it's been a little while.
It's been a while, yeah. I would say when they got rid of recess, like in middle school, I stopped playing. In 5th grade, I was still playing.
Why did they get rid of recess?
I don't know. I wonder that to this day. Yeah.
Jeez. Brutal. Wow. Pushing. If bishop d3, I guess he would have kept chasing that piece with knight b4. So Ding's got some queenside space and looking for counterplay. When you've got space, it's always a question, right? Do you have weaknesses or do you have counterplay?
Exactly. And here, I probably favor White's chances to attack. Black doesn't have too many pieces guarding the king. Knight g5 is very scary. Also, queen d3 lining up the battery.
Right. From that perspective, knight b4 is a little bit scary because it takes that piece even further away from the king.
Yeah. The move you want to go is h6, but then after queen d3, you would no longer have g6.
And you don't even have knight b4.
You don't have knight b4 due to this beautiful mate. I'll just show it. Oops. Opening the queen.
So maybe rook e8 here is the most.
But
oh wow, 40 seconds for Ding.
Yeah, I mean he's got to spend some time figuring out how not to get mate. It's not so easy. Goes bishop f5. So this allows knight f6 winning the bishop pair.
Yeah, and I also just like the move knight e5. Just waiting a moment, and like when the knight's on a5, you come to e5, then it's stuck on the side, and black doesn't want to play the move f6 too much in this position with light squared bishop likely coming off the board.
Yeah, I agree with you. Knight e5 can't be bad. You'd also maybe threaten bishop d2 there.
Yeah, and maybe even queen h5 or queen f3.
Yeah, lots of good ideas to choose from. I think knight f6 is the safe way because when you win this bishop pair, you know that you're better. So yeah, we'll see which one he goes for. I agree, it's promising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ding really low on time, so this could be a chance for Sasha to score his first full point of the match. Always important to get that first win on the board.
Oh yeah, it is. I remember one of my matches, it took so long, and I was starting to get worried that I might not get a win until the bullet section.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to be second guessing that. Like, am I going to get a full point?
Yeah, luckily I never had to play someone like Hikaru or Magnus, so I didn't have to worry about adoption.
Right.
So yeah, he does take the bishop.
Far away. He must be planning to just sack a pawn on c2.
Ah, yes, this is a good idea you're pointing out, because then you would get the b3 square. You might not even be sacking anything.
Right. Yeah, you're going to try and go after d4 and b2 pretty quickly. You can also play queen d5 first. It's not like we have to just straight up plunk the knight on c2, but I think that's the main idea here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. So maybe go bishop d2. So, okay, I guess if knight c2, he's going to take twice and say that c7's hanging in this line.
Yeah.
But g6 is a good tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Now what?
I don't see anything impressive with knight c4, queen b3.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate some ideas. None of them seem to work, though. And meanwhile, rook c1 is simply the next move for white.
Yep. Or even queen d2.
Queen d2.
But then maybe knight c4.
Yeah, I don't really want to allow knight c4, so rook c1 makes more sense. And now, can you go rook c5? Grischuk is very, very close here.
Yeah, rook c5 is a great idea. That really puts black on the edge.
Guess there's still knight b7 in that line. Oof. Oh, I like this move too. Opening,
the other front.
Yes. Okay, queen e8. He's giving up c7 though.
But he's threatening e4, so.
But b8 would be hanging in that line.
Bishop c7, rook e4, queen e4, bishop b8. Okay.
I think bishop c7 just wins material unless I'm crazy. Yeah, he does play it.
Takes it, yeah. That's that time advantage that, you can stop now and then and double check something risky your opponent does. And he had nothing to do there. And that ties up the match 2-2. And it's going to bring us to our first break. We are halfway through the opening 5 and 1 time control. There's going to be a very short break, and then we will be back, everybody, with another 45 minutes of Blitz chess.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
And welcome back, everybody, to the Speed Chess Championship. Here you see 39-year-old Super Grandmaster Alexander Grischuk. He has fought his way into this Speed Chess Championship bracket through the qualification system this year. He's got his ratings up in the stratospheres still. They sometimes say Blitz is a game for teenagers, Jeffrey. I don't know if you're already starting to feel like, shoot, I'm a couple years older than some of these guys. But he's got his Blitz ratings right around the 3,100 mark. And he has made it to the semifinals once in the Speed Chess Championships.
Yeah, you mentioned teenager. I still feel like Grischuk is a teenager at heart. He plays with such tremendous energy every time he gets himself on the board. So this SEC qualifier, by the way, was such a grueling process. I played in both the first and second. You had to be sharp just to qualify for that knockout. And for him, I mean, he went through a gauntlet of players. Was playing past midnight for his local time. So just super impressive stuff. And it's great to see him here. Yeah.
And people in the chat also mentioning Sasha is famous for his thug life approach to interviews and to talking about the chess world. He is one of the most entertaining players to talk to in the whole chess world. Yeah, he fought that whole gauntlet. Now he's got a shot at the #2 player in the world.
For sure. Yeah, I always love my Sasha interviews. I certainly get a good laugh every time he gives one. So yeah, we'll see if we can hear some more today.
Yeah. So another little tidbit about Sasha is that he is the 3-time World Blitz champion. He won it in 2006, 2012, and 2015. And no, that's not Bic in my ear. That's research.
Yeah, that's amazing. Do you think he has the most World Blitz titles? Because 3 is a lot.
It is a lot. You know, it's the World Blitz title is not like a little 4-person round robin where, you know, if you get the invite 20 years in a row, you can pick up 5 titles. It is an open slugfest with hundreds of players. You know, whoever the sharpest teenagers are that year, they're showing up. Yeah, I don't offhand know of anyone with more than 3 titles.
Oh yeah, I mean, hundreds of players are signed up for that. It's a World Championship event. So yeah, I imagine that he has more titles than Magnus. Maybe they both have 3. Someone would have to verify that.
I would bet that MVL has 2, maybe more. But
all right,
probably like 2.
The position
yes
they've gotten out of this opening is very interesting. So Black has played G6, E6. Typically not something you want to do.
Right.
Because you weaken the square. However, I guess this was the only way to sort of keep everything protected. Now, maybe he's going to develop with Bishop E7 and later kick this knight out.
Yeah. It's a really tricky thing in these... I mean, Black's basically playing like an English because it's a symmetrical English. You more often see White playing the D pawn and getting this kind of space advantage, but there's a tricky thing where you want to bring the bishop to G7 and then the C5 pawn gets tagged. And there's a lot of lines in the main English that are based on the same thing.
He goes F5 right away. So kicking this knight out, but at the cost of weakening both the E6 pawn and maybe the E5 square.
Right.
Castles might already run the risk of something like knight D5, and this diagonal could open up.
Yeah, I was calculating knight G5 here as well, but it didn't quite hold up.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I think it's just going to be D3, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe you start with D3.
Yeah,
you start with D3.
Just developing our position a little bit more. If you try too hard to win with 3 pieces and then like you have no way to use your rooks or your C1 bishop, it has a habit of not working out.
Yeah, generally a good idea to put all your pieces into the game first and then start some action.
D3. I mean, this could also introduce the idea of e4, by the way. Like, if black has to play a terrible move like h6 to stop bishop or knight g5, then I would think after e4, white should have the advantage just tempo-wise.
So would you even sacrifice the d-pawn?
I would, yeah. There I'd be confident
Wow.
that the white pieces were going to come swarming out.
Yeah, I think we're more likely to see something conservative. Bishop either to g5 or d2 and rook c1, target the c-pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so he plays king h8, getting off that diagonal, but he does give white the option of, bishop or knight to g5 with the tempo, and I would guess bringing out the new piece is going to be the better of the two moves, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, bishop g5 is calling out to me.
The queen
I'm not sure.
needs to keep d5 defended. That's not pleasant.
Right, because
I guess she's going to d6.
d6, but it's vulnerable there. Like, you'll have some knight b5 ideas, some knight d5, bishop f4. So I definitely like this position for for Ding after bishop g5.
Yeah. And I still just want to play e4 for white and blow it open. I'm really
You're willing to chuck all these pawns away.
Yeah. I mean, I'll play bishop g5
Wow.
first here, right? To get the queen d6 tempo, of course. I'm not trying to be stupid, just a madman.
All right, I see. So queen b5 is another sort of strange move to me. It looks weird.
Yeah, I looked at queen b5 and queen c4. They both seem to make black play queen d6.
Trying to think. I guess if queen e7 or queen d6, you will get a tempo.
Yeah.
Either with bishop g5 on queen e7 or knight d5 bishop f4.
You can play no knight c3 here.
Knight c3 bc?
Yeah, and then take it.
Oh, you just want to take. Okay, I'm worried that it'll open up this diagonal.
It will. It will.
The move I would probably go with is queen b6 because I'm worried that my king is weaker, so an endgame feels like my best hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that move makes a lot of sense. White spent 2 moves on their queen. You're only spending 1, so you're regaining some time and energy if they trade. You're not
really
getting white tempo with bishop g5.
Sinking into thought here. This is the Sasha we know and love.
Yeah.
Down 2 minutes.
I was going to say that in the first part of this match, it's been sort of 50-50 on the clock. There were 2 games where he was well ahead and 2 games where he was well behind. I think in all 4 games, white had a comfortable lead on the clock. In that sense, this game is still fitting that pattern.
That's right. Yeah, it hasn't been nip and tuck on the clock. One side usually takes an early 1 to 2 minute lead and keeps it. And I feel like the trend we're seeing is the person with more time is successful. So at some point, I expect them to start speeding up, getting into a better rhythm.
Man, allowing bishop g5, that queen e7 wasn't truly on my radar of moves that might get played. Oof. Yeah. What? He's down to 20 seconds. What's the plan?
Well, the plan is to get down to 10 seconds and then start firing out moves.
And then tell us the plan.
Here I'm worried about knight d5, bishop f4, and rook c1.
Yeah. Definitely a good idea. It is time. It is time to make that trade, because if black is able to trade on c3, of course it favors white, but it'll prevent any immediate disaster on the c file.
Because black really wants to play this move b6.
Yeah.
Which is why I like bishop f4 to relegate the queen. And then you go rook c1 and there's no more b6.
Yeah, and there's no more c-pawn either. That's just crystal clear. And Ding has the time to spend. Spending gobs of time by Grischuk standards, right? He's got a whole minute here to think about the continuation. He's going to find an advantage for white.
Yeah, the only thing about this line I'm realizing is you can't take on e2 at the end. And then b2 would be hanging. So it's still interesting. I guess it's like queen c5, and you get enough counterplay along the e file. But Ding has to work these lines out.
Yeah.
However, if you don't go for that line and you allow b6, then black is completely fine. So yeah, he does go for this, expecting rook c1 here.
Yeah.
I guess you could go rook e1 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing wrong with rook e1, honestly. I would guess that doesn't spoil the advantage at all.
Right, yeah. Because you're saying that the threat of rook c1 is stronger than the execution. No need to allow black to gobble these two pawns.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying, like, how does black stop rook c1, and we've got a second threat of e4. I know you think, like, I can't get my mind out of the e4, but it
no,
does
you really
seem
can't.
like a secondary threat. Like, if we like if black has some... Did he just
play it? Yes.
All right. If black has some move that somehow defends, c5 and c6 here, I would think e4 could be a good move.
5, 4. Okay, knight b4. Oh,
b4,
so
looking at
this
c2.
This is a very good move because now he's got b6 and bishop d7 ideas to trap the queen.
Oh la la. Yeah, where is she going?
Grischuk might be back in the game. b2 is hanging as well.
E4, bishop d7, take somewhere, queen 1. So we can't use like e4 to just lever the queen out because we'll lose a rook to queen takes e1.
Plays d4, probably b6. He takes it. Wow.
He didn't have a lot of time there. He has 2 seconds total, and that was after 2 seconds got added to after a second got added to the clock.
But now Ding's suddenly low on time, so those 2 minutes he had have vanished.
Yeah, he used all of it. Now it's a bit of a mess, like maybe a slight edge for white because black's pawn, f-pawn advanced, but black caught up in development.
Grischuk running on fumes here, 2 seconds. Wait, but 3 seconds for Ding? This is insane.
Yeah.
Queen d3, h5 is a threat. Queen d2. Okay, h6 is hanging.
h6! Oh! That hurts.
Could be a rook c7. Oh, but he's just winning all the pawns here.
2 pawns. 3 pawns. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the position just totally collapsed. Queen f4, rook c7.
Other rook to c1.
4 seconds should be enough time for Ding to convert this pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
Oh, he gives up b6 though. Wait, there's queen b6 there. There was queen b6.
Yeah.
All right, now he simplifies it. Should be fine. It's bishop b7 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good enough, but very shaky technique. I think queen b6 would have been a double attack, but he does get the win there.
I mean, he had 3 pawns. I wouldn't say he was too shaky in the bullet. He always had control.
But
he didn't.
Did I not have queen takes b6? Because your rook on c7 was hanging, and I had queen takes f2 and queen h2 mate. So I think that would have really thrown something in the works.
Okay. Man, now they're going at bullet speed. Now that they've been inspired by that game.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see an adjustment because that sort of time management is not sustainable for either side, I feel.
Yeah.
I remember, okay, some players like Nihal just like getting low on time for the thrill of it, but if I'm getting low on time 2 or 3 games in a row, I'm just going to like start panicking completely, losing my mind. So I hope for the players' sake that they speed up a bit.
Yeah, even players who like that feeling, I think that they are still going to recognize that having 5 seconds against 3 minutes
might not be the best idea.
It's not conducive to scoring the most points. Like there's just a point at which that's not strategically good.
So Grischuk going back to this marshal, it worked very well for him.
Mm-hmm.
And now seems like a slightly different approach. They traded knights.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, well, you have to be careful. Yeah, still quite loose for black, I must say. Knight e5 ideas, bishop f4.
How about trying to solve all our problems with violence with c5?
Whoa. So you're saying you've got bishop f6 if I take?
Yeah.
That would have been something. He goes bishop b7 instead. Now, if bishop f4, I guess he wants bishop d6.
Sure. Yeah.
And if knight e5, maybe it's bishop d5. So he wants to neutralize white's activity. Now, I'm not sure how does white increase the pressure. Because those are the two most natural moves, knight e5 and bishop f4. But black seems to be ready. I'm also looking at a5 ideas to try and undermine the knight.
Maybe bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop g5. And then
making use of the fact that I don't have f6. And if I go queen d7 there.
Then we expect like queen d7 and maybe just plop the knight on e5.
That would force me to take
trade.
it. Yeah, it would force me to take it, but then my bishop opens. I guess I can show that line briefly.
Yeah.
So queen d7, knight e5, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm worried that this bishop could start to shine.
Right.
So he goes the other way.
Certainly open.
Bishop a3, a5, and now knight e5.
The bishop on a3, I don't see its prospects there. I guess it's just restraining black from putting a piece on d5. That's its job for now.
I think so. And at some point, you might want to take it and fight for the c6 square.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely not now because you would run into the skewer.
Oh, yeah, or even go completely light square. Like there could be some scenario if there weren't bishop takes b4 where you play bishop b4, a b4, queen c4.
Yes.
You dominate d5 and you pressure f7.
We could see that. Because bishop d6.
But as long as black has bishop b4, it's hard to arrange. Maybe. So I wonder if there's a way for white to put their queen on, c4 or h3 themselves first.
Yeah, I'm also trying to organize some form of attack. You can always double with rook e3. How should you position your pieces, though? Rook c1 is on the table.
I think Grischuk's found the right area to combat this match for his next few whites. I think this is like a promising territory.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky position for black always with so many weaknesses like f7, a5, the c6 square. You can always blunder various things.
Yeah, but it's open and tactical. There's not like one solution for black.
I'm wondering if black also has attacking prospects.
I would be hoping so with those bishops.
Rook e3 is the move I wanted to play, but it runs right into knight d5, which would force me to part ways with my really beautiful bishop. So I don't want to play rook e3. What are the moves here? Queen h3 maybe? You mentioned this move, but that would allow bishop e5.
Rook ad1 is another move.
Rook ad1 can't be bad. Yeah, you get your last piece into the game.
I mean, it could be if I were blundering something with the bishop on a3, if like knight d5 or something were a problem.
Yeah. But I think it's probably reasonable. Like knight d5 there, maybe you just take it and a5 would be hanging.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like rook ad1. He does play it.
Yeah, but this is the first game where white does not have the time advantage. That was 2 minutes and 00 seconds.
We're seeing these long things, yeah, and they're just not going to be affordable, especially in the 3-minute when you only have 3 minutes. So that would be 2/3 of your time.
Right. Jeffrey, quick question before they get into another bullet time scramble. You're a big fan of sports, and as the match was getting started, people were discussing whether or not chess is a sport. So I'm just curious, like your take on that.
For me, it's always been a mind game for me. So I'm not sure.
Sports or not? No.
Mind games are mind games. Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't consider it like certainly not. Okay, it can be physically demanding. This we all know. Like,
Mhm.
during the game, you're expending so much energy that it can be even more taxing than other sports. But somehow, I consider this a mind game. I consider it an art, but not technically a sport.
Okay, so for you, a sport, the focus has to really be on your physical capacities versus somebody else's. Even though in physical sports, people like have to have a mental game as well.
Yeah, someone says it's a mental sport. This is a very accurate assessment. Yeah.
Okay.
But I am keeping, I'm keeping an eye on everything. I like to multitask. I've got the Belgium-Morocco game running. So
Right
yeah,
now, while there's
keeping
a
tabs
football
on
game.
it. I'm keeping tabs
Okay.
on it. Yeah, it's a very important
Nice.
game.
But you're not commentating that for like FIFA or something.
No, unfortunately FIFA didn't hire me, but yeah. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
a
Well,
bit
there's a threat
crazy.
to the king side from black. You said black would want to attack as well. G2 under fire.
Right, this could be dangerous. Do you have to go d5 here, shutting down the bishop?
I don't know about have to, but you want to, right? Isn't that like you
I'm
want to gain more
very
space in the center?
Maybe you can get away with f3 and after queen g5 g3.
Yeah, but those now you're talking moves I don't want to play. I don't want to move every pawn in front of my king.
Usually not the best concept. Yeah, he does go d5 here. You can't take it because of knight c6 at the end.
Yeah. And no matter what black does, I mean, like knight c6 is a very, very big concept from white here. Looking to reopen the bishop on b3, open the two files for white's rooks. Maybe even get into the 7th rank at d7 or e7. Pressure the f7 square.
Yeah, if black doesn't show something, I'd still much prefer white. The one thing concerning, though, is 22 seconds against a minute and 30.
Yeah, we've seen that does matter already this match. We had a couple time scrambles, and the player who was in time trouble first often suffered. Or
I think every time.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe 22 seconds will be enough for Grischuk to handle this one. Now, as Ding, what other moves do you have? Like queen g5, g3, I don't see the follow-up. Rook e8 weakens the pawn here. Yes, I'm super worried about like a knight f7. But I guess it doesn't quite work. Yeah,
I don't know if it doesn't work. d6 also less fancy than knight f7, but looks...
No, but d6 opens the bishop. Then I think queen g5 would be mate. He plays g3. Hang on a second. Can I take on d5 now? Because with the e-file tension...
Seems so.
He does do it. Queen c5 played.
Ooh.
I forgot about this move. Maybe c6,
now c6.
though? Yeah, gotta play it. Doesn't look great, but you do what you must.
Yeah. Knight takes c6, recovering the pawn, and that knight is not going to be as good as the bishop in this position.
And there are back rank ideas now. So bishop
Right.
c6, queen c6, rook e1, rook e1, rook b3. You have something on e8. What's going on here? I guess white is better. Do you have to take and like play knight? Yeah, no, knight before can't be right. Okay, he takes first. Knight f6.
Right. Now it's a simple technical situation. Two weaknesses, a5 and f7, superior bishop.
Yeah. Perhaps rook c8, force queen b5, and maybe like some queen d4 or queen d2. Okay, queen a6 is nice. All right.
I'd love to move my h-pawn if I've got time. He does. We're in the 5-second each territory.
Move the rook somewhere? Yeah, rook c5.
Oh.
Okay, they do simplify it. Should be relatively balanced here.
Yeah, should be drawable. Now stops knight g4. Wants to play rook e7 to a7 maybe. But you have to keep f2 defended.
Whoa, Ding barely executed that move. Oh my goodness. Oh! I think the connection, there has got to be some sort of lag, like a delay, because he was way too slow there at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, and the situation was pretty simple. He was making small moves on one side of the board.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, I have to say.
All right, so keeping the match tied. And 4 wins for White so far in 6 games.
But now as Ding, I feel like when you know your connection might spike at some point, that means you've got to play even faster early on. Like, you have to play essentially 30 seconds quicker than you normally would.
Yeah.
And psychologically, that can be extremely difficult.
Yeah. And I see a little bit of a reaction from Ding. He's thinking about, or he's feeling a little bit about what just happened there.
Yeah, for online chess, the internet connection is sort of becomes a really important factor in this.
Yeah,
in this kind of stuff.
That's like part of your equipment, right? To a tennis match, you bring sneakers and a racket.
Yeah, it's exactly.
maybe like a headband, and here you bring a mouse and a mouse pad and the internet connection.
I remember when I played something in China. I was there for the Chinese league, and there was a 5-star.
Hanging. Sorry.
Yeah, it is hanging. This is theory. I think it's like you take everything and you get compensation along the diagonals.
Okay.
But yeah, I was saying.
Okay.
I think it was like 2016 Chinese league. I'm staying at a 5-star hotel, and they claim to have very good Wi-Fi, but when I boot it up, it's like 1 bar. So even the best hotels in China can be troublesome with the connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. China is like super modern in all kinds of ways, world leading in all sorts of technologies. It's a little bit surprising that would still be a consistent problem.
So now I'm wondering, can I go d4? Yeah. Plays it. Everything's getting simplified here.
Liquidated.
If bishop b3, yep.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say bishop b3, I think I can take queen b3 and go bishop b6. Give you the b pawn, but I have enough play here to restore material. Yeah,
you just open up all the bishops and there's no squares for the rooks to hold the pawns together. I was going to say, I noticed a moment in the opening where Grischuk seemed to be sort of like unhappily sort of like looking to the left and right. And when players look away from the board, I usually think they're trying to sort of like access their mental database of opening theory. And he looked sort of like unhappily sort of, what is this? What's that? And then he just figured it out, I think.
Yeah, it can be an annoying position to play with black because white has the... I mean, it's symmetrical and white has a tempo up. And if they get the first sort of active play, it can be very unpleasant. So now knight c5 asking a big question. If you take on b2, there's rook b1 and knight b7. So not so easy for black.
Holding up on the clock so far. No 2 or 3 minute thinks for him this game.
Yeah, queen e7 runs the risk of rook e1 and white lines up the rook here.
But bishop e3 has nowhere to go just yet.
That is true. Yeah, I wouldn't have a good discovery. But just having it in the air can be nasty.
Yeah.
Now, as black, how do you finish your development? Because I'm worried the moment I move this bishop, there's going to be ideas connected with queen a4, knight b7, also a bishop d4. Yeah, I believe this is really unpleasant. You never want to take on b2. Rook d8 is helping me. I really wouldn't know what to do as black.
How about rook b8, bishop f4, queen c5?
Yeah, rook b8 might have like ran into some bishop c6, bishop f4 ideas. He goes rook d8 instead. But now there's massive pressure on b7.
Yeah.
Tough position here for Grischuk. How do you even make moves? Because it's just rook c1 next coming for white.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't even need to be anything concrete right away.
Yeah, that doesn't stop rook c1.
And the position is flowing. It's just playing itself here for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if black doesn't have anything, white can play h4, h5 before they break through on b7.
I think you've got to try and go queen b6 and relieve some pressure. Otherwise, I don't even see another move. Can't move this knight. No good squares for the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
b7 is hanging. Rook b8 is running into bishop f4. And rook d8 also doesn't have good squares.
Yeah. Unfortunately, after queen b6, I think queen a4 looks very nice for white.
Ah, and you still have this discovery. Sheesh.
Yeah, just keeping pieces on the board, avoiding that trade, and yeah, there's... The queen's not comfortable for black anywhere. Maybe she goes to a5 next, but...
Yeah, this is almost as bad as it can get with even material. All of white's pieces are better than its counterparts. Yeah, I really like this queen a4 move. Playing super concrete chess, you threaten knight b7. Once again, anytime black takes, I just go rook b1 and he is thinking here. I wouldn't want to simplify with queen b6, knight b7. No. Even if I'm up a pawn, that just lets black off the hook.
And you develop that rook on a8. It gets down to a2.
Exactly.
The b pawn's hard to keep alive.
Yeah, I really like this queen a4 move. Maybe there are other versions of it.
There's queen c4 is pretty simple.
Yeah. Queen c4 looks also good. Oh, he takes on b7. Wow. What is this?
Oh, right, because the bishop hits the queen. He forces the trade.
Oh my goodness! Knight d8? Whoa.
That was
cow.
Deep. That was deep.
And
okay.
Apparently it's all correct because the engine still likes this for white. Wow.
Yeah, what a solution. Ding. Okay, that's the first electrification.
That is the first electrification, yes. I am shell-shocked by that decision.
The first, we didn't see it coming. Whew. That is sweet. So, for example, queen b2 or a2. Is he going to take on c6 with the knight?
He could also take with the bishop and go bishop f4. I'm not sure which one he wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, either one could be good enough, potentially.
But yeah, Grischuk is still stunned as well. He's like frozen. It's under 20 seconds. Okay, he does take knight c6. Yeah. Now, knight e7 is a huge threat. If you go bishop f8, oh, there's bishop d4 maybe.
D4. Yeah, you'd think king h8 would be the only move there. Okay, move, there's rook b1.
Exactly, what? Yeah. Maybe he wants queen c3, but rook c1 there.
Yeah, or knight e7, bishop b7.
So yeah, rook b1 is winning material. Yeah, exactly. This is winning material for sure.
Okay. So bishop b7 was no issue.
Yeah, but I don't think there was anything you could have done. So now either rook c1 or knight e7 both picking up the piece. Wow, what a brilliant piece. Queen sack from Ding.
Nice.
Beautiful stuff.
Whew. Yikes. All right, so that was an unpleasant experience for Grischuk. He needs to just shake that game off real fast.
Yeah, first flash of brilliance, I feel, in the match. And I think we're going to see plenty more.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, what do you think of Grischuk going for e4 again?
I think it's a good decision. Yeah, I mean, he's won both back-to-back games, and we see Ding switching to the Berlin, which he I don't think he plays this nearly as often as the Marshal, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bishop e7 with knight h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's knight h4 here. We've seen this. MVL has already played this a million times for white.
Yeah.
You can, I think, you take it and then you probably put the bishop either on f4 and e3. Okay, gives a check first.
Mm-hmm.
Knight
that makes sense because if
e2.
you don't give that check, you give black the time to play bishop e6 and then king c8.
And go the other way. Yes.
b6, king 7, get the rooks. By throwing in the check here, you force the king to stay in the way of the rooks connecting.
And he wants to meet bishop f5 with knight d4. So as Ding, you can play flexible moves. Yeah, I like bishop e7. I like h5 later on. And then you can often delay where you put your bishop on c8.
Yeah.
g4.
Yeah,
h5
h5
f3. Okay, now I would want to put the bishop on this diagonal to pressure on f3. However, bishop e6 is running into knight f4, which I don't like. So do you start with a move like b6? Not sure how you want to do this.
I mean, the king's going to be able to defend f3. Why is it so? Why
that is
so
true.
excited to put your bishop on b7?
You're right. No. That is a fair point.
Okay. No, I was curious. I thought maybe there was some.
There's one other idea here. You can take and play f5. This one I've also seen.
Yeah, I've seen that played.
Another thing is a5, a4, rook a5.
Okay. Yeah.
There are a few things to choose from.
Oh, that looks pretty cool.
You like this one?
I like the rook on a5. Yeah, because you can also just swing it over to d5, right, and try and simplify.
All right, he takes first, which should always be good, opening up this other rook.
Yeah. I just feel like rook a8 is black's worst piece, right? So you came up with something good to do with it. That made me happy.
True, I guess. He does go with the f5. Takes with the pawn, which I was not expecting. I thought he wanted to take with bishop there. But okay, this one...
Bishop f4.
And now I would like to play f5 and keep opening up the king.
Yeah. I think black maybe plays king f7 here. And then against bishop c7, f5.
Aha. So, there is this concept here. After f5, g5, let's say rook g8.
Yeah.
Can you... How do you do this? Like maybe king f2 and you just sack the pawn?
Maybe king to...
You just play for compensation here, yeah? Like knight f4 and maybe rook h1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that bishop is really bad and the rook on a8 is really bad.
So that's why you want to start with king f7 and not allow that idea.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. Oh, but he goes f5. Okay, we're going to see this line. King f2.
Wow, Grischuk's playing it really confidently, so...
Yeah, it's pure... I think it's pure intuition. He knows that after takes knight f4, he's down a pawn. But this beautiful knight on f4 cannot be touched. He's got rook h1. So I think we're going to see this line.
Yeah, I think he was double-checking this idea while Ding was thinking. Because he just...
True, I believe so. I believe so, yeah. I really like this, though. You go knight f4... You can go rook h1. You can also go like rook d3 and rook e1. Try and just use these two open files in the center.
Yeah, knight f4. Yeah,
Yeah, by the way, I just want to say I don't want rook h1 because that would allow bishop e6. So yeah, knight f4.
Yeah, also any other move would allow black to play f4. I mean, f4 is very desirable for black there. Just
and at least
get rid of that extra pawn, but be able to move the pieces.
Yes. Now
Now,
bishop
here's-
d7. Do you go rook d3 or do you go rook h1?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big question. Rook d3, rook d2, something like that is my instinct
Mhm.
rather than rook h1 because that bishop on d7 is so vulnerable. I want to
Oh, I
target it.
love rook d3, and the reason is because I can also go put the other rook on h1, and you'd be tied down to this vulnerable bishop as you were saying.
Yeah.
It starts with rook h1. Okay. Now, as black, can I get away with king f7 here?
Clever.
So I've got rook g7 on rook h7, and then on rook d1, maybe I play like bishop e8. Looks
Bishop e8.
Yeah, that looks flimsy. Like the moment I said it, yeah.
Oh, but you don't have rook d8 in those positions because rook h7, rook g7 trade and knight e6.
Exactly, yeah.
So
He
bishop
does
e8 's
play
your
this.
only
Wow.
move.
So first of all, there's rook h7, rook g7, take, knight
Yeah.
e6.
Knight e6 to c7.
But I feel like you want more than that.
How did you know? How did you know? I always want more.
Okay, rook h7 is a huge threat.
Tell us, why is that a huge threat?
So the point is, like, now if rook g7 I take, and I win c7 with my rook, which is a huge plus for me.
And then you've got this undisputed rook on the 7th rank, and that's enough to be pretty confident you're winning.
I'm not sure about winning, but I have excellent winning chances.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you don't have a nice move, because rook d8, you're always worried about the fork. Bishop d7, obviously not possible. So what is your move even?
I have another plan for white here, other than rook h7, which is to go rook e5 and rook h e1.
I like it. Yeah, rook c8,
And
by
just
the way.
say, like, sorry
this-
about e7.
Rook c8 was a very calm move, just defending the pawn. But now I do like your idea a lot with rook e5. Oh, Min is mentioning knight e6 here. Knight e6 and rook h7.
Oh, yeah. And it can't be stopped either. That looks good.
Yeah, many attractive things. I still like your rook e5 one. Simply
Rook
doubling on the
e5,
e5.
it would be like
or rook
king
maybe
f6, and then
yeah,
when
maybe
you double
okay.
rook g7.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you start rook e3 instead, just so you're never hit with king f6. So I like rook e3 as well. I like knight e6. I'm sure both moves are promising. Now, Grischuk shouldn't spend too much time, though. I would keep, 20, 30 seconds ahead, just because I'm sure we'll be in a time scramble later, and you want the extra time to have during some certain moments.
Unless you're actually calculating just an absolute knockout that we haven't seen yet. But if it's just a move to increase the pressure, like rook h6, then that move you want to save your time on. So I think it's the same idea, rook h e6.
Yes,
but
he wants to
cutting
double.
off king e6.
Cutting off king f6, yes. Okay, king g8.
Preparing rook g7 and
Oh, and now he doubles on the other side. Okay. f7. I don't see anything concrete.
Me neither. I still don't like trading a rook. I think it's really good to keep both rooks on the board for white here.
Totally agree. Yeah, I want to keep all the material on. It should be hard for black to find moves. Like, even if I make a random pawn push, like b4, it's very hard for black to find moves.
I guess here knight d3 could be another move for white. Trying to find time for f4.
I see. Yeah, I see the benefit of that. Oh, and he does do it.
Yeah.
Wow. I like my knight on f4 a lot more. But I see. Yeah, you got knight e5 and f4 maybe. Okay.
I mean, basically, it sort of breaks black's plan set up with the rook on g7. Yeah, I was certain he would throw that.
Yeah, you were hinting at this
away.
f4 pawn sacrifice earlier. He just wants to chuck it. And now he at least gets the square for his bishop, which is nice. I think we'll see bishop f5. No, he doubles first. Now,
He's
yeah,
got all the
now,
pieces out. Oh, there goes the win.
hang on
There
a
goes the
second.
win. Rook G7.
I think this is still easier for white to play, right? Because we got the passed F pawn against doubled C.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll concede that if I were playing black, white would still have winning chances, but I don't think against Ding that this is enough.
All right, Grischuk is going to simplify this completely. Now, I still feel like there should be some winning chance for white, like you dance with the knight forever.
Mm-hmm.
There
On
should
king
be.
e4, he had bishop f5. If not for bishop f5, king e4 to e5 would be.
Can I go king e4 though? Because most pawn names are going to be winning.
Yeah, now he gets in.
King e5 maybe, or knight d5. This is close. This might be winning here.
Now it looks winning. Now it looks just completely over. Wow.
Yeah, I told you that position practically might just always be losing because I've got to pass that pawn against doubled pawns.
I lost the position just like it yesterday, but I thought like at this level, Ding will.
No, we're all the same. I remember my coach told me when I was a kid, everyone plays same.
Everybody plays the same.
Everybody plays the same. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's you or Magnus. Everybody plays same. It's purely psychological.
Okay.
This is obviously something he told me when I played against high-rated players, so I don't worship them or over-respect them. But I'm telling you, like, people give certain players more credit than they deserve. Like, you would think that they're seeing everything, but they're actually not. This is some insider info I'll give you.
All right. It's good to know. I mean, it's not going to help me not lose when I have that position, but at least I'll think like, instead of thinking like any other player would have drawn this, I'll think like, yeah, that's a tough position. Ding might have lost it too.
Yeah, and I saw the engine was giving like triple zeros, but I knew that was not the case.
Okay.
So yeah, we might see the same line here. Oh, it's slightly different. Slightly different. Grischuk played e6 in the other game.
Right.
So now
here also it's like it's going to be thematic. Like if you castle and black plays bishop g7, it's like queen b5 from white going after that c pawn.
You mean queen b5 or knight e4?
Either one.
Ah.
But my point is just if white castles normally here and black plays bishop g7, it's like going after the c pawn is really likely.
And I'm recalling a game from the U.S. Championship, Shanklin Caruana. Was it like this?
Yeah, but that one was with e6. Yeah,
but wasn't it e6 knight? Oh no, knight was still on d5. You're right. Yeah. So now, if e6, there's knight e5. So how do you solve the problem? Oh wow! Apparently, this is how you solve it. You just give it up.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants bishop g4, rook c8.
This happens a lot in the English.
Yeah, but do you buy into this compensation?
Sure. Now it's like he's playing the Black Redeemer. I mean, certainly in a blitz game, I do. Bishop e6, rook c8.
I don't know.
White's queen really wants to get to c2.
Well, I'm fine with putting the queen over here on the side too. Like, what if I just go bishop e3, rook c1?
Eventually black will
hang
play
on.
bishop f8. When
Yeah, there might. Yeah, exactly. Okay, but bishop g5, I like this too. f6 would be a disaster if black would have to play it, but he does do it. Hold on.
No problem.
He really wants to trap Ding's queen, I feel. Something like bishop e3, bishop e6, and then bishop f8 and a6 would trap.
Yeah, but also, like, what's the disaster? Like, he's willing to play, like, f5 at some point if he wants to. As long as his bishop on c8 is alive and can control the d5 square and stuff, he'll be okay.
Yeah,
you totally disagree.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing, like, a future d4 coming in. I don't know.
All right, so let's take an inventory of the squares the white queen has available right now. b5. If black played bishop f8, there's b5 left.
Well, the good news is the knight on b6 is hanging.
And then after a6, you could play queen takes b6.
Right.
Was that time just now for the 5-minute section? I think. I
Yes,
just saw the
this will
time run
be
out.
this will be the last game in the 5-minute. Yes.
Okay, so the score is 4-4. This last game will count, and then they'll have a break before 3-minute chess.
Mm-hmm. Ding allowed this knight d4 jump a little bit prematurely, I feel, but okay, he's gonna go for this position. Should still be a bit better.
Yeah, his queen's still not trapped, so that's good news. And knight c5 could be coming, and rook c1. Black's got to prove something here.
Well, knight c5, there's a bishop d5.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you're starting to unwind this for black. You can also put the knight on d2 or g5.
But where would we be going if we put it on g5?
Yeah, g5 seems like we're stuck in the middle of nowhere. Maybe knight d2? Okay, he goes knight c5.
Yeah,
so I guess
the dream square.
Bishop d5, just rook e1 he wants.
Mm-hmm.
The bishop is very strong in the middle. I think if Ding can play, he'd go knight h4 and swap these bishops.
Mm-hmm. Okay, rook c8.
Maybe start with rook c1.
Black has something to prove. If white can keep that knight on c5, if white can play rook c1 and b4 and stuff, then black's just, I mean, they're down a pawn, struggling to defend d4 and b7. It could be really bad here.
That is true. Yeah, I think both moves are good here, because I'm noticing this square on a5 for the queen could be quite decent.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like either rook c1 or b4 just to protect the knight.
Yeah. Is there bishop h6 against rook c1?
That might harass the rook, yeah.
I guess he's just going to c2.
Yes. Trying to figure out if I can do something for black connected with a6, but doesn't seem like that's an issue. Okay, he plays rook e7.
Okay, so this has ideas of doubling, also playing knight d7. And the dream would be to maybe win back a pawn on c5.
But I don't think you're getting anywhere, because I can go queen a5 and b4 worst case.
Yeah, and that takes out the knight d7 idea.
A4. So I guess a6 he's got queen b4 and a5. Not sure what to make of this. It looks...
Okay, so if black doubles here, what's he playing?
I think it's just a5.
Just a5, and then knight to d7.
Knight d7, sometimes I can even take there, because your bishop would be hanging.
Then, yeah, queen takes, and white wins everything. Okay.
So, yeah, tactically, I guess Ding has worked it out. I would play a6.
I would never have played a4. I would have been
yeah.
so busy defending my stuff, so terrified.
I would be worried as well, but maybe this is all just fine. Like, after a6, queen b4, d4 is suddenly loose. So I was trying to line up some bishop f8, but I'm never in time.
Once we played a6, then rook c7's off the table because the knight on b6 needs to be defended.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no rook c7 is annoying here. No bishop f8 either. So what else can black try?
Grischuk's not sure, and he's down to 30 seconds here.
Okay, bishop c6.
Makes
so he
way
wants
for the knight.
Yeah.
You don't really care.
Alright, queen b3 check. Okay, I guess now he's going to put the queen on a3.
b4 seems good. Maybe repeat once.
You can always repeat once, yeah. Now, how does he want to deviate here? I think he can still go a5. Like, I'm not afraid of knight d5 because the knight doesn't really have any entry squares.
Yeah.
So queen b3, probably king h8, and now can I go knight g5?
That's top of the list, yeah.
I feel like I would have a lot of tactics looming, and he does play it. Like if queen d6, maybe there's some brilliancy with knight b7, because a lot of stuff is hanging here.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for that. I mean, he could even just go into e6 anyway after queen d6.
Oh, right. There are all sorts of pins.
Takes, and you just take on d5.
Yeah, this is winning for sure. I think you can take on a6. You can probably take on b7 if you're crazy.
Yeah.
And also this, like you said, there's got to be a tactic.
Right. Knight b7, rook b7. You have queen b7.
Exactly. Yeah, because everything's loose. Oh, that's beautiful, actually. Let's show it really quick. So this, now you get rid of the defender, and knight f7 comes, and he does find it.
Yeah.
That's a dagger. And bishop b7, everything falls apart as well.
Very simple. You just trade on c8 and take the piece back on d5.
Yeah, you just keep it simple here.
Yeah. And black can't even really stop knight f7 at the end.
He can't.
He can't. Almost worse than.
It's just over. Another really nice tactical flurry at the end. Okay, Ding just using... just checking. Maybe he has a brilliancy. But yeah, he just goes for the simple one. Yep.
Yeah.
That should be lights out. I think you check maybe knight d6. Do you go queen b8 here? Okay. All right, Grischuk's still fighting, but it shouldn't be too difficult to convert this one.
Yeah, well, I like that move. Ideally, Ding still wants to, like, maybe play bishop c4, but okay, he covers.
Rook b5, okay. He may win one pawn back. All right, I'm worried about Ding's connection, though. I'm always worried about this.
That's right.
Like if it spikes out of the blue.
Ooh, but now he's got rook c7, queen f7.
Bishop g4, that should be it. Yep, rook c8. Game over. Wow, all right.
Okay, it wasn't even so easy. I mean, with just a couple seconds, I think there is that like 5-10% chance to blunder it or mouse slip or flag. But he holds on, he wins that game, and he takes the 5-minute portion by 1 point, exactly the smarter chess prediction. And
I think smarter chess was 5.5, 3.5, so very close.
Oh, it was 2 points. You're right. It was 2 points.
But yeah, actually, I was the one that said 1 point. Let me blow my own horn a little bit. I was the one that said 1 point.
Jeffrey.
But it has been very back and forth.
Yeah.
Ding, a lot of white victories, I think. So maybe both players
only white victories. So it could be argued that the extra point is simply that Ding started the match with white.
Yeah. So I expect to see some adjustments for black, but yeah, I think we will take a break now and resume with a 3-minute portion.
See you all soon.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself. Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Speed Chess Championships on Chess.com. We have finished up with the 5-minute portion. We have 2 time controls left to play. Jeffrey, what do you think of the players' performance so far in the first section compared to expectations?
So it's about where we expected. I think Ding, like a 1 or 2 point margin, was the precise prediction as we saw from Smarter Chess. He got the number of games correctly as well. I'll give him slight tip of the cap for that. But in general, from what I saw, the quality was fine, but I think both players sunk into long things too many times. Like, as I said earlier in the 3-minute, you're just not going to be able to do that. So hopefully they speed up the pace, find their rhythm, and we see a lot of really close battles on the clock in the 3-minute segment. Yeah.
So do you feel like the overall match probability still makes sense of around, 63, 64% chances to Ding? Does it still feel like that? Or do you feel like it's been so back and forth with White winning every game that it might be a little more of a toss-up even than that suggests?
I have a sneaky suspicion that this is going to go down to the wire. And the reason I say that is because neither side looked too convincing in the time scrambles. Meaning, even if one of them has a winning position, I'm not certain that they're going to convert it smoothly. And
right.
Yeah, so I think time management is going to be the big thing. In terms of opening, I feel like both sides got a little bit with White there. So yeah, we'll just see how it goes. Maybe we'll see some adjustments here.
For me, it's kind of like holding serve at the moment, right? We've seen 7 White wins in a row, I believe.
Wow.
And if Grischuk keeps winning with White, I'm going to say, like, my default is that actually the match is more or less a 50-50 toss-up. Maybe I give Ding like a 5% favorite, because he always gets the first White, and because of how well he did in this bullet match with Nakamura last year. But to me, so far, it looks really close to 50-50, because Grischuk's been able to attack e4, e5 in the Rui and just create chances every single game with White. And
exactly.
Although Ding had the most brilliant move, it still feels kind of like...
Yes, but I will argue with you, like, Ding's White games have been troublesome for Grischuk too, right? Like the English symmetrical. He's always gotten a lead on the clock and also pressure on the board. So yeah, I think one other thing I wanted to say. So, they are underway here. Actually, I forgot what I wanted to say. I'll let you know if it comes back to me.
Sure.
But we do see an anti-martial here with a4, a5.
Yeah. I was expecting this also, even though that Berlin, reached a position where, Ding might have been okay. It felt like when he switched to the Berlin, Grischuk knew a little bit better than him what to do with it. And that pawn sacrifice with the knight on f4, I think, was not something that was going to encourage Ding to be like, oh, let me, go back to the Berlin again.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree with that. That position with the knight on f4 was not appetizing for Black by any stretch.
Yeah. So we're back into sort of main repertoire, the sort of martial-y kind of line, and of course an anti-martial from White.
I'm a bit surprised that Grischuk opted for something else. I like this position too, though, I will say. But I was expecting him to keep repeating that line until Ding proved how to equalize.
Mm-hmm. Now, for any idiots doing the commentary or watching from home, why is this pawn not hanging after BC, rook a5?
No, that's a very good question. I guess you would just take it and maybe play queen a1, try to win the pawn back.
Queen b5, c4.
Yeah, I would assume it's this one. And I guess then white would have like a jump start on the queen side.
Sure, if the white queen and rook get out there first. Yeah, I didn't see queen a1. Thank you very much.
So yeah, queen 2, queen e7 instead. Maybe a knight c4. Stopping like a d5 advance. There's also d4 here, by the way.
Right. I mean, he has not played what, to my mind, would have been the super obvious move, knight c4 for white. And so I guess it's because he's playing for d4.
Yeah, but he's leaving this pawn hanging. Like, if you take with the pawn here, okay, he doesn't. But I was going to say if cd4, there might have been knight a5.
So that pawn does matter sometimes. Got to keep our eyes open.
This is the confusing thing about super GMs. Like, sometimes they'll let you take a pawn, sometimes not, and it can sometimes be confusing because I cannot even tell the difference. But yeah. So probably knight d4. Rook a5 would run into a nasty intermezzo here with knight c6, knight e7, so you don't want to blunder that.
Yeah. I caught that one. I wasn't going to do that.
I guess the reason why Ding is so hesitant is he doesn't like the structure after knight d4, cd4, and opening the c file.
Right. Yeah, I mean, now he's sort of suffering on c7 forever. Big suffer.
But I think he wants maybe bishop d8 is fine. Although, no, there's queen c6. Hang on a second.
Oof.
I'm worried about queen c6 here.
I am like really surprised that both you and Ding that there was like an instinct that you could just go this passive.
Well, I'm not sure what else I could do, right?
I thought he was just going to play like c5, say, hey, I already have a pawn weakness, but let me stay active.
Oh, if after dc5 and knight c4 there, I wouldn't be so sure. But here, yeah, I agree with you. White's definitely better after queen c6. You don't even have to play queen c6 if you don't want to.
Right.
But I don't see another useful move, to be honest. Oh, rook a2. Okay, he found one.
Love it. I was thinking about, like playing f3 and king f2 as we trade queens, somehow timing that with queen c6. But it's true that rook b2 was bothering me at all times. Yeah,
this is a super GM, very classy move. And now, I mean, you still don't need to play queen c6 if you don't want. But I would do it. Like, the endgame seems very promising to me.
And if you wait around too long, isn't there some chance that black plays queen g6 and then you don't quite have time to go take on a6 anymore?
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
In fact, even here, queen c6, queen g6, is that unthinkable?
So if I take on a6 there, you would take on e4?
I would take on e4, yeah. And I'm saying, if you play f3 and I play, I don't know, rook b2, maybe...
Some counterplay, yeah, who knows? He plays knight f3. So if queen g6, what is the point? No, I don't like e5 giving up the square. But I guess that's his idea?
Other ideas allow queen takes e4.
Right, yeah. If it's between that, then I guess I will give you the d5 square then. Probably takes a knight d5. Oh, hang on a second. There's also knight b4. Oh, he took with the other rook. Yeah. Okay, but now after knight d5, a5.
This is plainly not good for white.
Yeah, I think he's definitely misplayed this slightly. It still shouldn't be too bad either. Unless I'm wondering if there's an idea here with like bishop a5 and if rook d6, maybe rook b1. Yeah, maybe rook. Oh no, he goes rook b6. Okay.
Okay, holding the pawns. So now the idea is just, maybe the a pawn could be better in some of these endgames.
Yeah. All right. Grischuk down to 15 seconds. Gotta hustle here a bit. Are they just gonna repeat, or will Ding try rook b1? No, Ding. Yeah, he's very conservative in these moments.
Yeah. It's reasonable. Remember what we said about holding serve, right? Like,
yeah, he loves what he's getting with white. That is true.
Yeah, a draw is kind of like a break here. It consolidates a 1-point lead. And now, like, for the first time in the match, I would truly say, like, he's got the lead.
Yeah, all right. We got our first Catalan. This is all very standard. Bishop f4, bishop g5. Okay. Now, as black, you can do a few... Oh, this one is... Hang on a second. Is this correct? Because sometimes if you allow white to play b4, it can get unpleasant. But I guess this is fine. Probably black will go a5.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand too well the bishop takes f6 Catalans.
Yeah, you more or less always get this type of structure where there's really not a lot going on. Both sides ultra solid, but white slowly tries expanding on all sides of the board. Like there could be, okay, black normally takes on f3 at some point and plays c6, and then we'll get this really slow type maneuvering game. Although now he allowed e4, this is going to be slightly different to what I was anticipating.
Yeah, I'd been wondering about queen d5 last move when he played bishop b4.
Fighting for those center squares.
Yeah, and I hadn't, fully calculated e4, knight e4, knight e5 or something like that.
Okay, so Grischuk's going to concede not only the center, but also the bishop pair.
Yeah, so you were saying normally he would trade the c6 bishop.
Yeah, because then
c6 and keep the dark squared one.
Exactly, that's more solid and more drawish because you go for upside bishops. In this scenario, I'm worried he might be a bit worse.
He really needs to keep up the pressure against a4 and e4, because if he ever gets pushed back by, knight e5 and stuff, he can just end up under... Oh yeah, he can just end up much worse here now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's knight e5, Ding wasting no time. Now maybe just queen c3 to avoid c5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's got to be. I'm even surprised he thought on that particular move.
Well, it's always a question of how do you progress? Like, do you reroute the knight? I mean, do you reposition the knight? Do you try and play b4? What do you think is the long-term idea?
There's always questions on those, but like before you get to those, getting your queen off the d file, playing moves like b3 and rook c1 and just making sure the opponent's not playing c5. Those moves I feel are the moves that you can play really, really quickly. And then you come up with how you want to torture the opponent, right? Like,
I totally agree. Yeah, this is a sort of the blueprint of how to play good blitz chess. You make all these useful moves that can't be bad. B3, rook c1, maybe like an h3 even. And then while your opponent's thinking, you can sort of form your plan.
Right. And then we can think, like, hey, maybe when you play b3 and rook c1, you'll see your opponent just give up the move c6. That would be great to know and see. And then you probably want to play with a knight c4 plan. You go after a5, you go after b6, and you even introduce e5, knight d6.
Yeah, and Grischuk is really taking a sweet time here. Wow.
If your opponent plays b6, maybe you just look for like knight c6 and a technical conversion.
Yeah, b6. I would love to see that as white. Yeah, he really can't find a move. He's struggling.
Yeah, you see how long Grischuk is thinking here, right? That's why when I'm white, like queen c3 is a gimme.
Oh,
like
he played it.
You play it and you let your opponent sort of like suffer, and you see whether they're playing b6
Hang
or
on,
c6.
hang on. Oh, if c5, there's d5. Okay, now I understand. Because I was thinking you plop the knight on c6, but if you're happy with d5, which probably you are, then there's no need to hurry.
I mean, Yeah, if you can keep c5 prevented without playing knight c6, then you could even play for bishop f1 to a6. But
Man, but this is insane.
it's hard to imagine.
He just can't find moves right now. Down to 9 seconds against 209. Sheesh. And Ding can do whatever he wants. So you can just pass. Yeah. You can play bishop f3, h3, h4. I mean, whatever you want. I mean, okay, it's not that easy to come up with something. I don't know. Do you play like bishop f3, king g2 here? Just really maximize. Okay, he goes queen e3, king f8. Double or not?
We need to keep d4 defended. So I don't think doubling is going to help white. But I guess we'll find out if that's true.
Yeah, true. Rook c1, queen d6 maybe? Oh, but now he's allowed knight c6. Hang on. Whoa, g4. Ding saying the moment to strike is now.
Queen g3, there's rook d4.
Yeah, knight h7 and knight
and then rook c7.
Oh! There is this. Is that a favorable trade, though? Because it looks flashy, but maybe black would take and go queen d6.
They can't go queen d6. Oh, they can.
But he might play that because it's complicated. You could also go d5. No, he goes queen f4, threatening knight g6.
Threatening knight g6, simple move.
But Grischuk is fighting very well here.
So,
takes a knight f8.
Tries to trap that knight.
Knight f8. Knight e5, okay. Whoa, that has to be a blunder. Oh, there was knight c6. Like there was knight c6.
Something with the queen.
Can you go rook h3 though? This looks huge. You've got queen h4.
That's a plan.
Queen h4. Is this just mate? Is this not mate?
Knight g6 avoids mate.
Check.
Oh, but there's still rook f3.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, this should be
F8.
game over, but it's not. There's not like a forced win, I don't think. So he goes bishop f1. Wow. Subtle move. Yeah. And that's it.
And that does it. Boom.
Yeah, he kept it under control there. I mean, Grischuk did well to fight on, but dropping all the way down to 9 seconds that early in the game, not a recipe for success.
Man, that was aggressive that he chose to go with g4, g5 that game versus sort of something more technical like knight c6 or...
I feel like it had to be related to the time situation. Because if Grischuk had a reasonable amount of time, he probably plays more methodically. But like when your opponent has 5 seconds, it makes sense just to go after the king.
So for all his high class, you think Ding has that sort of killer feeling of like, here's a chance to give my opponent some practical problems.
Totally. All of the elite players have this. Yeah, that killer instinct to know when and when not to strike. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, g4, g5, it's definitely like a plan in the position. It's not out of nowhere for those watching. Like that comes up, and we were talking how might white try to crack in that game. It was on my list of ideas, but not the first idea.
Yeah. All right, slightly different approach. If you remember the other game, Grischuk had the queen on c2. He puts it on e2 this time. Now rook a8 is always helpful to defend on a6, and now a5 is hanging.
The queen was good on c2 that game, though. I mean, I feel like the problem was he just didn't pull the trigger on that queen c6 move.
Agreed. Yeah. And here I think you've got to go this knight c4 move, right? Or not? He plays this one again. This one. So we're seeing a really similar game to the previous white when Grischuk had white.
Right. And rook a5 takes, rook a1, queen b5, and knight b3. Oh, okay.
This is almost the same game. Just with the queen on e2 and maybe...
Right. Last game, black would have just doubled.
Yeah.
He goes bishop d8 again. And now I see that part of it is he just wants to play c6 or c5 at some point and tag the a-pawn.
He does have this.
Because that was sort of a resource that he unleashed as soon as they traded queens last game.
True. I think we're going to see a very similar approach. No, he does go c6. Interesting. Okay, so I guess queen c4, just rook c8.
Or queen c4, rook a5.
You're willing to even... Yeah,
I'm looking at takes. I trade on d2 at the end and take e4.
You're right. That does work. So how else do you protect this? Like knight c4 drops the e pawn. Okay, so he's going to go e5 first and knight c4. Nice idea, even to sack a pawn. But look at these 3 weaknesses here for black.
Yeah.
95, big threat. I really like this pawn sec from Grischuk. I think it's harder to play this for black.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it was a pawn sack when he played it. I thought black was just going to play knight 5. I didn't even look at...
You just trusted, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm very surprised why the engine thinks this is triple zeros. I would guess that white is much better here. Because there's all sorts of knight e5 ideas. Bishop d8 and knight b6. Also rook d1 is lurking. Also, you can swing this other rook to like e3 or g3. These ideas exist.
He tries to cover c6. He's still set up for knight b6.
I really like this rook a3 move. Rook a3 move.
You want to come to d3?
Or e3. Or g3. You don't... I'm not the... Yeah, I'm not tied down to either.
Okay. Going straight for the e-pawn. King f7 is not advised, so what's he going to do? He's going to just let the pawn be. And contest the b6 square.
If I want to, I can get the pawn back.
Right.
But I sort of want to hold the tension, maybe with like rook d1. Takes it first. Oh, he does go for this simplification. Not sure I like that decision. Like, you're down by 2 points in the match. You want to start taking some risks.
Yeah. I'm seeing rook c5 here.
Can
and
I... knight e5, knight f4.
If knight e5, knight f4.
That would be a problem. So... what can I do then? I don't know, knight b6?
You can go knight b6 if you want. I can play rook c2 or whatever. I don't feel very threatened now.
Yeah, black is no longer at risk for sure. I like this rook c2 move. You can also get frisky with knight f4 again. Okay, he's just going to take rook e3.
And then is he going to play a5?
Yes, I think he does want a5. And
or
he's saying that...
I think so solid. There's like rook b5, rook a6, rook b8.
Well, yeah, there is that, but I think you could go a5, rook b8, rook b5. Just slowly surround the b6 pawn. Now the question is, can Grischuk organize pressure on g7 somehow with like rook e1, rook e7? Or are they just going to repeat moves again?
Yeah, I think this could be it right here.
Can I try rook e1? I mean, I'm down in the match. I want to take some chances. Nope. Not going to try.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a hard point to search for chances at this point in this rook endgame. I think...
yeah, sometimes...
get something messier earlier.
I agree. Sometimes if you choose the wrong position to overpress, you could be putting yourself in a deeper hole. It is still a very long match. There's still a whole bullet segment. 2 points can be erased quickly.
Yeah.
All right, slightly different version. Hang on, can't I take and take? Or you're saying that I'm slightly worse there?
I would guess that you're definitely worse there against the bishop pair with white just playing queen c7. No, you can put it on the board if you want.
Oh, you're right. I forgot c7 is also hanging. Yeah. No, that would not be a wise thing.
Okay.
And if I take on d4 immediately, what happens? Like you take, I take on g2.
If you take on d4 immediately, knight takes e4.
No, but e2 is
Knight
hanging.
e2.
Yeah, be careful
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
So
So knight
something like
d4,
this, because
knight
I'm
d4,
realizing.
bishop g2.
Oh, and he does go for it. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Knight e6. Yeah. So if fe6, very important that after king g2, queen d5, you have knight f3.
Yeah. It's a close call.
Oh, Grischuk might be considering to move the queen here.
Right, like queen d5, because if knight c7, queen g5.
But there is king g2 in that position. Whoa, queen d6. So knight f8, he's got bishop f1.
Yeah, but that knight on c7 would have been in bad shape there.
Oh, in the other line. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. But yeah, this one, I guess it's going to simplify. Like knight f8, bishop f1, knight f1, I'm expecting. And then bishop f4 at the end of the line.
Looks like we've got a few people in chat who haven't been here since the beginning. So real quick, there's 3 different time controls that this match is played in. We're in the second time control, the 3-minute portion. The players play out the full match, and the 5-minute portion, then the 3-minute portion, and then the 1-minute portion. We have 37 minutes left in the 3-and-1 right now, and we've got a great takes variation on the board in front of us.
Yeah, knight h7, a shocker. Apparently not liked by the engine, but as far as I can tell, it seems good. You're winning a pawn. Maybe bishop e2, knight f6. He's got knight e4. Like knight f6 and knight e4 here. That must be his concept. Okay, gf6.
But knight e4, queen f5, what's so bad?
Oh, you mean in the other line, or?
Oh no, sorry. I meant right here, knight e4, queen to f5, an illegal move.
Oh, okay.
let's replace that with a legal move like queen e5.
Yeah, so queen e3, okay. Yeah, this is very messy. I think as black you have to take on g5 though, undouble these pawns. Because if you move the bishop,
and then
yeah, like queen e2 and
all kinds of stuff. But...
Right, yeah. Oh, he does play bishop h5, which I was not expecting. Because now, isn't there like bishop f4? Super sharp, this one. Like queen b2, rook e1. Okay, he goes queen e6, more safe. If I take this pawn, probably f5 is the response.
Yeah. I think you should develop the rook. I don't know where or why.
Maybe rook e1
and
rook e1, you meet f5 with knight c3. That looks reasonable. Slightly better here for Ding, I think. You've got the doubled f pawns. I know that I'm up against 2 bishops, but past h pawn that you have to reckon with later.
Now here I wanted to play f3.
Ooh, f3. I'm not sure you have to though.
I don't.
But you're saying you want to. I'm wondering. Hang on a sec. I'm wondering why I can't take on c7 now. Because I've always got knight c3 and everything's protected.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. I'm really wondering if black shouldn't have taken on b2 when they had the chance, because they've got this worse pawn structure, and sometimes the safest thing is to make sure you have an advantage somewhere on the board.
Yeah. Alright, he's thinking here. Maybe he sees something after bishop c7. You can also go knight c3 if you want to play it safe.
Yeah, but I guess your bishop c7 is one of the better questions.
I still don't understand it. Yeah.
Time into it.
I guess it's some rook c8. You go bishop f4 back. Maybe there's like rook c4. I don't know. Wow, this is a lot of time.
Yeah.
Too long. King g2?
Right. Because this was not like a tactical move here.
King g2 doesn't feel right to me. b5. He wants to open the rook. Oh, and now your move f3. Okay, so he wanted to get out of the way.
Yeah, I might have been hanging the queen or something. Who knows?
Okay, queen c3. Still very complex.
Yeah. But black needs to do stuff on the queen side. I like the feeling of b5.
Yeah, there's a discovery here. Rook b8 and rook b3, also nice.
Yeah.
That could be very dangerous. Okay, knight f2. Queen. Where do you put the queen?
D7.
Oh, bishop b4. Huge find here. Although there is queen c7.
Queen c7 probably, right?
Bishop
and
e1
get to
takes
a technical phase.
Yeah, but how do you even evaluate this? Knight g4, there's queen e2.
Equal-ish.
Very hard to play. Very, very hard to play for Ding. Queen e2. I guess he's got queen d4. Wow, hanging on by a thread. I want to transfer this bishop somehow.
That was really aggressive for Sasha to keep the queens on, I gotta say, as black.
Yeah, I still have no idea what's going on. Okay, queen e3, forcing the queens off.
White keeps offering the queen trade.
Yeah, and probably it's a draw.
Oh, and goes to opposites. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We get a solid draw. And this is for the first time since the first game of the match that Grischuk has held a game with black.
Oh, wow.
That's
so you're saying Ding won like 4 or 5 games in a row with white?
With white, yeah. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Every white game since game 3 of the match.
I think
nice.
Grischuk, I think he needs to strike here now. Because they made a few draws and
first,
it's time.
Though, he needs to take a quick break, as do we all. That was half of the 3-minute portion. There's going to be a very short break, folks, and we will be back the second half of the action. See if Grischuk can get back on the winning streak with white. See you then. Welcome back, internet citizens. We have the Speed Chess Championship round of 16 between Ding Liren and Alexander Grischuk. And we've got some Chess.com Blitz insights into their historical games. This is representing their whole sort of online chess career at Chess.com. We can see that Grischuk with about 8 times as many games played as Ding Liren. And what stands out to you, Jeffrey, in these stats?
Yeah, I remember I forgot my point earlier that I was trying to make. I wanted to say in this, like, 1+1 specifically, Ding hasn't played any games as far as I know this year. So that is a very pressing concern. I don't know how are his mouse skills. And yeah, we can see that 52% of his losses are coming by flag, which seems like an insane amount because this is Blitz even, not Bullet. So I imagine in Bullet it might be even more losses.
Yeah, that losses by flag is apparently a shocking stat to people other than me. I have just about the same percentage on my own insight. I remember seeing when I played the SEC match, and the commentators also were like, losing more than half your games just by flagging? Yeah.
I think it could also be he doesn't like to resign very much. So let's say he's in a losing position late, he'll just let his time run out.
You could just let your time run out.
Yeah, it could be this.
Yeah, it's possible. But I know, like, for myself, I will resign with 2 seconds on the clock if I'm down, if I lose a piece or something like that. And I think we saw 1 or 2 of the players do that in this match already today, under 5 seconds, and take the time to go resign rather than let it just run out.
Okay, and I'm curious, do you ever look at your opening lines during the break?
I don't think that I have, but I've definitely wondered that. I've watched a lot more matches than I've played. In my case, when I played the match during the break, I just had to, like, try to remember what I was planning to do. Like, oh my gosh, you were going to try, the Pierce defense one game and see what they did, So I need to just focus on sort of getting my own brain together during the breaks. But I've always wondered if for these players, like, do they look up one critical line?
Yeah, for me, I always... Actually, I wouldn't say always, but usually there's an opening that keeps getting played, and you want to know what's going on in that position. So I take like 2 minutes to check it with the engine. But I also know some players just like to stay fresh, use this break as a real break, and take a second, walk around, get some rest.
So here we see Grischuk trying a new move in the line that they've played 2 games in a row. The first opening line to give Ding draws with black is this line here, and now Grischuk's trying bishop d2 instead of bishop e3.
Yeah, this is a unique approach. I remember Fabiano was the first one to put it on the map, the famous candidates game against Levon Aronian. So yeah, usually the idea is to delay the movement of either knights through c3. In this case, he did end up playing c3, and now it's going to probably develop in a more standard fashion.
And so now you have to be like an ultra super GM to understand what white gained by playing bishop d2 to e3.
Yeah, at least my caliber would not understand it.
Okay. It's like somehow he tricked black into playing b5, c5, and d5 maybe.
But are you really tricking me?
No, I don't know. It doesn't look like, to me, it doesn't look like a trick. I use that word with a lot of humor. Seems like if I were black, I would want to play all those moves.
Yeah, he got a lot of space everywhere. Now, he can gain even more space with a move like f5. I'm not sure how you feel about this.
It's the move I've got my eye on.
And he does play it. So now I guess if knight d2, you just go, I don't know, queen f6 or
bishop back to d6.
Also possible. I guess you're not really that concerned with this long diagonal. For the moment, the knight on a5 is covering b3.
Yeah, actually, b4 is a really important question if we played bishop d6.
Oh. Well, worst case scenario, I can take. I guess your point is that after bishop b4, white will take on e5. But I think I can go knight c6 in that position.
Right, you're going to take once and then put the knight on a great square.
Yeah, I think I would take and go knight c6. I'll give you a check, but it's only one check. Maybe king h8 or h7 is fine.
Yeah, not enough to build an attack on. Okay,
So,
we got queen e2,
yeah,
queen f6. They're fighting over that pawn. If rook to e1, we'll just get knight c6. Should be fine.
should be. But white does build this legendary triple stack. Maybe d4 is an idea. Just trying to open up lines.
D4 is sure messy. I mean, it feels like a pawn sack.
He's going to try something else. Bishop b3 check. Does he simply want to plant the bishop on d5?
Then trade on c6 and finally win that e5 pawn? I mean,
right.
You could accuse white of being obsessed with the pawn on e5.
It is black's main weakness in the position, so I understand this approach. You have always got to be worried about some f4 ideas trapping the rook. All right, it goes bishop e6.
He was truly worried about bishop d5.
Now, I'm wondering in this case, can I take and go d4? Is it a good version for me?
Now that the rook on e8 is not defended, it seems like a much better version. Black will probably, instead of taking the pawn sack, be looking at some version of pushing past with e4. Again,
a very conservative approach by Grischuk. This is like the sort of thing I would expect if you're leading in the match. But I'm still
he's
waiting.
Play like queen b3 and black can trade
queens and
play rook a2.
Yeah, I understand it's very solid, but I would be looking for chances at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, queen d5. Can you strike with c4? It's an idea, I guess.
Okay, he looks at the f5 pawn and Ding immediately defends it. Like we're not giving you any looks here.
Yes. Whoa, and we're just getting word that Fabi's in the chat. Hello.
Yeah. He's predicting that the match is going to become close.
I mean, I had the same impression, but I'm also. Can I ask Fabi, what does he think about Grischuk's like overall playing style? It seems so conservative to me. I feel like at some point he needs to find, like a change in dynamics.
After 6 moves of posturing around queen b3 does get played. I didn't really see where else he was going with this. And rook a2 gets played.
Just don't like this transformation by Grischuk, and he feels like he's flailing around. Like he moved this knight already 5 times.
Yeah, you may again tell me I'm giving too much credit, but I feel like how do you beat a player like Ding in this position here when black is so smooth and low on weaknesses?
You just don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
so this time, yeah. Next, rook to a2, centralize the king. I mean, to me, the question actually is if Ding is going to try and turn it around and torture white, because I would think he's a little bit better. Space really matters in knight endgames, doesn't it? Knights are susceptible to getting a little bit squeezed.
They are getting very squeezed here, knight d5. Just a really safe position for Ding, playing with 2 results. At some point, c4 could be a move.
Yeah, somewhere when the knight's on c2. Sorry, on c1. When it's on a bad spot, you could sort of trade one knight and play c4 against the remaining one.
For sure, yeah. But for the moment, he's just going to continue restricting white's knights. Probably rook back to a2 makes a lot of sense.
But he was there and he found nothing, so he looks around.
At some point, if he wants to progress, he has to throw in a c4. But maybe he doesn't want to take a risk.
Maybe why risk it with the on the clock?
Yeah. Practical decision there, just maintain the 2-point lead, move on to the next game. By the way, hold on a second. Can you refresh my memory? Was Ding starting with c4 or knight f3 when they were getting that symmetrical English?
You know, the first couple moves were going so fast, I'm not even certain.
Exactly. I'm not.
But I would think 1c4.
I thought 1c4, yeah. So I'm surprised that he's giving Grischuk the extra option of playing ready with knight f3 d5.
Yeah, given how well that whole string of English games went.
He won like 4 English games in a row in that symmetrical line exclusively.
Yeah.
So maybe he's saving it for the bullet. I don't know. All right, so there's this queen b3 line, queen b6. I think goes d3. White likes to play bishop b3 in these lines. Takes first. Now he switches to this plan with knight c3, e4.
Nice. Playing for e4.
Yeah, he's going to go knight c3, e4. And...
Oh yeah, black can't really play d4 because of knight a4.
Right, yeah, that was not an option before castling. So
and
yeah,
now
I think
knight h4?
I would go knight h4 here, yep. But bishop e3 is a nice tempo too. That cannot hurt.
Yeah.
And this
what
looks
could be the downside?
This looks very good for white. After just knight h4. Not sure why he needed h3. But okay, it helps. So black needs to find something constructive to do because white has a straightforward idea of knight h4 f4 and just blast you on the king side. So I don't know, can black try and target d3?
Yeah, or try to, use the d4 threat to destabilize white's pieces.
Wondering about knight e5 here.
Yeah, knight e5, knight c5.
Or knight c5. Okay, he goes knight e5, takes. Now, what is this position? Like if d4, knight c4, e5 maybe? You allow knight e3 at the expense. Black has to worry about f-file pressure.
Is there any option to keep the bishop here? All right, we get e5.
Ooh. Knight h7. Now e6 would be an option, but I'm not sure. Like e6 could be f5. So goes h4.
So that's keeping the knight out, keeping the bishop
Keeping the
out.
knight at bay. Yeah, keeping the knight at bay. Maybe some h5 ideas later.
And of course h5 is going to be the big idea.
Okay, this is good. Cutting off the square.
Nice. That would not have been available if the knight were moving through g5 instead of f8.
And it feels like black never wants to take on e3 because f7 would be far too soft. But c5 weakens the d5 pawn.
Also in the sense here, something that I think is really important, that Ding is very familiar strategically with what he does or doesn't, like with the evaluations of the different trades. Like he doesn't have to think too hard about, do I want to take on c5? What happens if they take on e3? Do I ever want to play bishop c1? And that helps a lot in Blitz, right? Just to have some idea of
that is a very good observation. And I would simply draw back with my bishop here because d5 is so loose.
Now that c5's been played, yeah.
Bishop g2 would threaten knight d5, and I don't even know if you have a convenient way to stop that.
Is there anything else he could be considering here? Because he's thinking a while. So dc5, knight e3 looks like trash. Is bishop c1 an option?
Yeah, I considered it, but I don't like allowing cd4 and maybe you take on e5 next. So knight e2, okay, he wants to keep the bishop here. Knight e6.
He was ready for that too.
Okay. But this is starting to get unclear.
Knight d5? What's the plan?
Ooh, knight d5. I missed that. I guess you would have to take and go rook d8 there. But I think that was a tactic, yeah.
Oh, right, because D1 would be hanging.
Right, there were
so
some
you'd
pins.
play rook A-D8 and get everybody out.
Yeah.
Okay, so he simply defends black's sort of threat of bishop takes h4, which is not like a super powerful threat.
But definitely useful. Also, he protects on g3 in the case of knight takes e3. Okay, rook c8. An e6 played instantly. Wow.
Okay. 40 seconds each.
What is going on here? This knight takes d5 should be noted. Like f5, knight d5 would all of a sudden be crushing. So, and if you take on e6, maybe you can get away with that. I'm not sure.
How about throwing in cd4?
cd4,
here?
I'm worried about
black,
ef.
But then white throws in ef. Yeah.
I mean, it still looks playable. He does do it. So king f7.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a discovery here, by the way. I just realized.
Seconds, and he leaves it. What?
Why did he go king h7 there? He could have taken and gone knight e3 anyway. There was no reason to let this pawn stay alive.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna take on f1. Watch out for h5.
Fancy move. Attacks every single piece. Wins an but with the f7 pawn.
This should be d6.
Okay. Knight h3 to keep the knight.
Ooh,
knights are tricky.
Nice move here. Wait, queen d4 or queen h4?
Yeah.
Ah, but now the h file is open. Oh my goodness, there's checkmating ideas. Oh my. Oh, that's nasty. Queen e4 check. There's mate. There's mate here. You take knight g5 and knight e6. That's it. I mean, maybe
then there's g5. Then there's g5.
Oh, this is even better. G5, knight f4.
This way, there's knight f4.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, rook h1.
Nasty finish from Ding.
Boom.
But yeah, there was no reason to not take on f7 there. Just sort of maybe
do you think a piece of it could have been the time trouble there?
For sure, it was the time trouble. Yeah, he saw ghosts at the last second, and this is the biggest margin it's been. 3-point lead. I feel like this game is absolutely vital for Grischuk to bounce back and get back into the match somewhat.
Yeah.
All right, Grischuk is going to try his own hand at this English.
That was sort of our first checkmate, right? I mean, we had one Catalan where Ding played g4, g5, and chased the king out into the center and won the queen with rook d3, thanks to some checkmate threats. This is kind of like our first just absolutely king just getting finished with a little tactic.
Yeah, Ding has been super sharp in those types of positions where he gets an attack. He's been seeing the killer blows. We saw another game where he sacked the queen and another one where he also had like a knight takes b7 shot. So when he's had an opportunity, he's always seen it.
Yeah. The knight looks vulnerable to this g5 move, but g5 d4 would always be sort of like
right, yeah, like
tactic.
A counter strike there, opening up your bishop. This is theory, I believe. I don't remember how it goes.
Whoa.
But I know this is theory. It's like castle's g5.
It looks a little primitive by black, doesn't it?
If you don't know what you're doing, you just lose. Yeah. Okay, d4 and f3, I guess. What is going on here exactly? I wish Fabi were still here. I know that he plays this for white. So he could sort of instruct us. He says, I think Grischuk played this in 2019 with black. Okay. I remember Fabi also had a game against Yesipenko, maybe a slightly different line from white. H3. Yeah, this is super chaotic.
So if knight h6, then you aren't even threatening to take the knight anymore because the knight on h6 would be hanging.
All right, Benjamin Bach also in our chat. Welcome. He's confirming. Yeah, Anton Grischuk, last round of Isle of Man. Yeah, I do know. I was at the tournament as well. I do vaguely remember that.
This position has like a tense mix of black's play being primitive and not developing their pieces, and white's king being in danger. So like I don't know if I'm white, if I should be scoffing at what black's doing or if I should be quaking.
I would have actually gone bishop f4 there, by the way, instead, just to develop my bishop with tempo. But this one, I still don't know who's better and why.
Mm-hmm. I did not expect g5. That was not on my list.
Yeah, because black can always come after this pawn maybe with bishop e7, rook g8. And you're left with this question of, I mean, how is bishop on g2 ever going to get in the game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there could be some bishop takes e4 tactic, but not really, because he would open the diag. So I'm thinking just bishop e7 here.
Black's pieces are suddenly starting to come together too. Black can just leave the king in the center for now, huh?
Yeah, there's another approach that he's considering. I think taking a knight a5 makes a lot of sense too. But you do weaken the dark squares. Very hard to judge.
Yeah, I suppose if you did that, you'd give white a chance for one moment to bring the bishop to f6 if they prefer that. But
again, he's thinking for too long. Like, yeah, I just go with your gut there. Bishop e7 and rook g8. Oh, I mixed up the colors. For some reason, I thought Ding was white. I'm too used to him playing the English.
I
forgot. Yeah. Grischuk is white in this game. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if queen d2, rook g8, I don't see exactly what to do. I'm trying to set up this bishop e4 somehow, but it never works.
Okay.
Queen b3.
Allowing knight d4, among other possibilities.
Now, hang on. Can I take on e4 now? No, there's knight d4. Okay, maybe I start with rook d1 then. Went with that rook.
Well, I can tell you, I wanted to play rook c1 when he played queen b3, so he must have some idea to play on the c file.
I think he might have had bishop e4 d5 in that split second, but I'm not sure. It was so hard to calculate. He plays rook c1, rook g8. Okay, knight a4. So bishop g5 met with knight c5.
And knight a5 would just force him to c2.
Yes, and no clear follow-up. Maybe you go b6. Whoa, rook takes g5.
Straight up violence.
I would never have considered that in a million years. So what if I take a knight c5? Guess you go queen. No, but where do you even put the queen there?
E7.
Maybe? I mean, I guess you're saying that like d4 and stuff is saying, all right, we're going to see the line. So knight b7, you take on c1, but then I take on d8. Okay, he plays e3, but that now that allows bishop c8. Black consolidates. Here comes the rook.
Material disadvantage.
The white queen is tied down to the e-pawn, so you can't play rook h6 without having to worry. Rook g6, he goes. Now rook f2. Oh, this is razor sharp. Do you go queen d6 here?
f6.
Plays f6. Queen d5, bishop e3. And knight e4. Protecting g3. There's also knight d6.
These are unsafe kings.
I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, king h2 always met with rook h6. Rook e1 played bishop
two
d4.
Endangered kings. Just grab the pawn. Yep. What a mess.
All right, queen e5 offering the queen trade. Black is up a pawn. At the end of the day, black is up a pawn here. Both around 5 seconds. Got to move.
Okay.
This rook is boxed out from the game, though. So you go knight d6, bishop e6 back. You have to control f5. Can you get away with this? Check. You have 7. He's got rook b4. Yeah, this is good for Ding. But now he loses b7. Okay, takes a knight d3. 2 results game, but should be a draw most likely. Knight d1. No, but doesn't this just lose the pawn?
b4.
Yeah, it should be a draw here.
Bishop a6.
Wow. But that was super wild before they traded queens.
Yeah.
So I see have 8:45 on the match clock. Maybe that's time for 2 games.
Should be another 2 games, yeah. And exhaustion of material. That was an epic battle. I'm impressed with that one. Whew.
Really exciting stuff. And Grischuk, I feel he also senses that he needs to start mixing things up. Really,
that's right.
Putting fire on the board.
Yeah, I think he agreed with you that E4 line, it was just too technical. Ding had sort of found what he wanted to do with that line.
Bobby says, why draw mate was still possible? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Actually, that should not have been an auto draw.
Yeah, I feel like normally I flag in those positions on chess.com and then it like gives the point to my opponent. It says like, well, you could have put your king in the corner and trapped it with your own piece.
So we're already seeing some opening adjustments from Grischuk. This is a very ambitious line. I think Fabi was the first top player to sort of reinvigorate this, in a sense, this like e5, d6, bishop e7, f5 approach, and a lot of players started copying him. But I'm not sure I like this specific position. Ooh.
King h1. My eye was on rook e1.
Yeah, both moves I think will be played.
Right. Was this move necessary?
I think it's always very useful to avoid the checks here. So now either bishop e3. I'd probably go bishop e3 here.
Nice call.
And now just queen e2, rook a1. And for black, long term, it's super hard to play with this whole on e6. Also very passive bishop on e7.
I mean, black may at some point just force matters with h6 because what else?
I mean, you have to.
Going for.
You
is
have
it,
to,
is
but
there like
then,
a knight d5 tactic?
Oh, knight d5. That could be a thing. However, no, but your pawn hangs at the end. So I take on d5. I guess I can show this. At the end of the day, I've got dc6 and queen d6. So not quite working.
Yeah, that's the kind of line where the king, it's good that it's on h1 because otherwise something like queen e3, knight d3, and randomly black saves the game.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, so rook e8 was played.
Probably just queen d2. He plays f4, which I understand he opens the bishop, but I'm not sure I wanted to give black this e4 square.
Well, I guess the question is, can black immediately go to e4, or does black have to defend c6?
Yeah, I'm now realizing the point. If h6, there could be a bishop c5 and dc6 tactic. Where
leaving the knight on g5,
Yeah, so that's why bishop d7 kind of was mandatory.
Okay, and now we could get rook e1 for white.
But the moment you give me time, I'm going to go h6, knight e4.
Right, I'm going to play bishop takes c5, knight e6 against h6 if I go rook e1 here.
That's a great concept. Great concept, yeah.
And sort of just go to opposite colored bishops.
Queen c2, a bit left field for me. Knight g4, the follow-up.
Right.
Now, bishop g1 is the move you want to play, but then black can take twice on g5. So, where do you go with this bishop? Can you go to d2?
I want to go to d4 and sack the pawn, but I probably can't justify it.
Yeah, because I'm worried.
It lets black's pieces out at the same time.
Yeah, and black can even continue their attack. So, bishop d2, bishop f6. Knight e3 is lurking.
As is bishop d4, right?
Bishop d4, knight f2. Ooh.
Just start getting really active.
All of a sudden, Grischuk's pieces are starting to stream in.
Yeah.
Can I... So if rook a1, bishop d4, maybe I have to go like knight d1? Something like that. just to deal with the threats.
Right. And then rook c8 even. I don't know. It feels like black's really got a lot of options here.
Mm-hmm. Like you also have bishop d4, queen f6 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Swinging the queen over. Yeah, he's thinking here. Can't think for too long because I imagine the position is going to get even more complicated as...
That's right. It has not yet reached the worst it can get.
Right. Bishop d4, there is h3, though. Oh, there's a knight d3 move I'm just noticing.
Yeah.
This could get
that
wild.
Is live. Because that could go with queen b6.
Oh, my gosh. With some smothered mate ideas.
Right.
Holy
Smothered
cow.
mates as well as,
He
just
finds
the
it.
b2 pawn.
He finds it. Now there's knight df2 and queen b6. Wherever your rook goes. I'll go knight df2, queen b6. I love your idea there.
Oh, tough moment for Ding.
It's not
20 seconds on the clock.
It's not even easy to avoid smothered checkmate. Knight f2 and queen b6. Go, 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 go. This is where Grischuk really he plays it. This is where he has to step on the gas. Hang on, h2? Excusez-moi, knight d3? There's got to be something.
Like, I got to get out of here. I just got to get out.
How is this only -1? It looks totally winning. What is this?
If it's
Knight
only
h3?
-1, that's great instincts from Ding to just run his king out.
Well, I think there was knight d3 check instead that looked more brutal. Now, maybe it's still not that easy to find the killer blow. Queen d4 played bc. Oh, is there knight b5? Oh my god. No, but knight b5, queen c5 still. Queen c5. Just coolly drop it back. Queen c5. Why is he thinking? Queen c5. What's going on here?
All right, now he's down.
Why is he thinking? Queen c5.
In the bullet portion too.
Way too long there. Okay, rook c8. Just keep the pressure on. Wait, did he blunder a fork? Knight a6. Oh my gosh. All right, queen d4, knight e6. Take it.
But he can... Now the king's open from both angles.
Like he makes
That's
a
pretty
check.
worrisome.
Okay. Can he take on a2? Still should
the
be
rook's
good.
Gonna come in.
Oh, he wins on time. Yeah, way too much. That was just madness.
All right. So we have time for one more game in this section.
Mm-hmm.
But Jeffrey, that was the first game that Black has won this match.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah.
15 games into the match? Wow.
It's like the
16.
first time that Black got that kind of dynamic play. Almost the first time Black threatened to win a game.
But this is what I like to see from Grischuk, where that's the first game that he sort of just mixed it up, even at the cost of his own position, right? Objectively, we knew White was better at the opening. Mm-hmm. But you're initiating complications, and that's what he wants to do in considering the match situation. So let's see if he keeps doing that. Okay. This is a line that Grischuk has played before. I think, is it bishop c3 bc?
Certainly going to be bishop c3 because Black's got b7 and d5 sort of hanging.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how this line goes. It's like an end game, I think.
Oh, queen b4.
Or no, now it's slightly different. Okay. So yeah, White has two bishops, but a weakness on c3 that Black tries to exploit.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you go b6 here, or he's going g5.
And 94. So there goes the bishop pair problem.
Yeah, he can take on g3 whenever he wants. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure he will though.
Right. 6. So, I mean, what does White want to achieve in these positions?
Oh,
Fabi just c4 and trade the pawn.
Fabi said this is Aroni and Robson from U.S. Championships. Aha. Yeah, I vaguely remember that game where maybe Levon was better at first, then Ray got chances later in the end game. Logical play from White. Got rid of the weak c-pawn. You open the bishops. Yeah. Rook d1 is coming.
Now your whole advantage, I think, is to create an attack against Black's king, and Black immediately tries to trade queens.
Right. It makes sense if you felt danger on the king side. But this should be slightly worse, right? I could take on b6 there. No, he goes a3. Can I... Maybe I just take everything, like take on g3, take on b4, knight e4. That's one option. Not easy to find other ideas. Like you can play an improving move, I guess, rook fd8.
Your option sounds logical to me. Just trade everything, knight e4, play a6, and doesn't feel like black's worse to me.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to do. Knight 3 feels like the simple one.
Oh, he's down a minute now. And time has expired in the 3-minute portion, of course.
Yeah, it does opt for rook fd8. Now I guess Grischuk can also play this slow, either with rook fc1. I don't know if you want to exchange or just keep the tension there.
I think he's just going to go rook fc1. There must be some concern that if he takes on b6, he can never access the b1 square because of bishop g6, and so he can't like make anything out of it.
Yeah, so he's gonna, I guess, he's gonna put his rooks on c1 and d1 instead.
Okay, it's just going to lead to a lot of trades.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm worried about the knight starting to hop.
I mean, knight d2 is the big threat. I was surprised he played rook a and not rook f.
Right, yeah, he has to worry about that with the f1.
I guess
still there.
now it's rook f d1 in that case.
But then knight b2.
Ah, that's a real horror. Yikes. Does he have knight e6 here to try and unravel his problems?
Knight
e6? Just move the rook. I could just move the rook.
Whoa, that would be something. But yeah, maybe rook d7 in that case.
Yeah, just a simple move.
How do you actually deal with this knight d2 threat?
Is there bishop?
Maybe bishop b3, but then knight c3. Yeah. Whew. Tricky position for Grischuk.
And now Grischuk is down on time. He was up a minute before this moment.
I have no idea what to do.
Running low.
Rook a1 maybe? Yikes. Okay, but bishop e2, now I'm guessing just knight ac3. Ah, he wants to swing the bishop to g4 perhaps. Goes f3. This allows knight d2 once again. Maybe. Oh, there's so many tactics.
Bishop b7.
Yeah, but there might be rook
cover each other.
Rook d4 in that position. Maybe not. This is. Oh, there's so many tactics in this position.
I would say that should work out for white if we emerge into that opposite color, into that position. If you keep the g3 bishop and get bishop b7.
Yeah, now he can either take and
now's
go g4.
The moment to trade.
Yeah, bishop b7. And I guess just rook c7 there. Because there are rook d4, knight e2 ideas white has to watch out.
Right, does he have rook d4, bishop c8, rook c4 right here?
Oh, rook c4, oh my gosh. Well, white can take on c3 there, so it's not losing. Whoa, knight e2 check, does this work? Hang on a sec. How does this work though? I think he had to follow up with your rook c4 move.
King f2, king h2, it doesn't matter. Everything is...
So Ding's content with sacrificing the exchange.
Oh, man. So now we got to watch out for bishop e4 for white.
Oh, great move. Great move. Exchanging the bishops.
Yeah. The a-pawn will be gone eventually anyway.
And that
he's going to resign.
Wow.
With Grischuk only having 3 seconds on the clock, he gives him like the huge respect.
Well, I think it was over there with rook a7, but a clutch, much needed win for Grischuk. He gets within 1, and we're heading into the bullet section.
Right. And we're going to take a short break, everybody. We'll be back with Bullet in just a minute. Drop your predictions in chat. I think an obvious prediction is that this match has gotten very close, as Fabi told us when he popped in midway through the 3 minutes.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time. When knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move.
Wait, oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He misses me! Oh, he missed how?
The battles will be electric.
That is.
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Speed Chess Championships here on Chess.com. We see Alexander Grischuk getting ready for the bullet section. And Jeffrey, how's this match going?
Oh man, it's been huge excitement all around. I think especially these last two games by Grischuk, super crucial to narrow the gap to 1 heading into bullet. Also, I'd argue that momentum is now on his side. So we'll see if Ding can sort of strengthen his control over this match, because he might be a bit rattled after those last two games.
And what would be worth more to you at this point in the match, momentum or a 1-point lead? What would you rather have going into the 1 minute?
That's a very difficult question. I think it depends a lot on the players. Some players, like I'd say Nepo, when they get momentum, they can be unstoppable. So against him, I would say momentum. But a player like Ding, I don't think Ding ever tilts. So I would still, in this scenario, I would still say that he should be a favorite, even if Grischuk has momentum on his side.
Okay, so if you had the choice here, you would still pick the point.
I would.
And for Grischuk, you would rather have lost the last game of the 3-minute portion, but be ahead of point, than come into the bullet on a streak.
Yeah, I would say with both players involved, they seem like they're veterans. They don't have these wild swings that maybe some of the younger players like myself would go through. Like I can lose 5 bullet games in a row, no problem. But these two guys are juggernauts. They know how to control emotions, and I expect, again, like just back and forth action here.
Okay, so then again, in terms of what to expect in the bullet, you're not expecting like 5-game streaks. You're expecting some give and take.
Totally, yeah.
Cool. Well, let's hope so. That's always exciting. I do think the match has gotten pretty close to 50-50 rather than, the 60-40 estimates and predictions that we had in advance.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what is going on with these knights here in the middle of the board.
These 2 knights, yeah. Will one of them die, or will they both hop to happiness?
There was already a move like f6 trapping the knight, but maybe there was some queen takes e4. However, if white is going to get in d3 and save those knights, should be a slight edge.
Well, that's a lot of gymnastics for a very slight edge. I'm going to say, like, the risk to reward was like lots of risk and a nice little reward.
Although maybe the reward could start growing, like if you start activating the pieces here. Maybe b4, bishop b2. I don't know. Could start looking up for white.
Yeah. He couldn't resist the look at the queen. Bishop f4. Boom.
And now,
it's ready.
Aha, bishop d5, I guess cd. And you trade queens there. So,
and then knight
g6. Aha, so queen c4, knight e7, king h8. Not sure what to make of that.
I think black didn't have to play queen c4, by the way. I think they could have played a move like queen c5 and just...
Queen c5, but I could take on e7 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was... I saw the engine also was giving something, but... Okay, there seems to be a problem. Because there's only one legal move, but he's thinking.
Problem is black's clock. He's down now.
Oh, no, yeah. But... Oh, no. Grischuk lost connection. Aye. That's rough.
Oh. And he's like, what am I supposed to do? Kind of signal there. Will the second game start?
Yeah, and he's
Yes.
back. I don't think. Yeah, it was just a brief moment he lost connection. Very unfortunate way to lose a point.
Ouch. Now you go straight from momentum to tilt when your connection does that to you.
Yeah, it is. That is true. He needs to find a way to maintain his composure. That was clearly, I mean, terrible luck at the worst time. But
Yeah.
if it's still a 2-point gap, just got to play good chess right now.
Yeah. For sure.
Bishop f8, probably g6 next.
Preparing for sure. Could white just throw the knight on f5? No, chooses not to. Knight e4, rook e4 covers the knight.
Uh-huh.
And g6, there's knight g6. So this move, yeah, knight h4 prevented.
I guess he'll just take on
G6.
e6 here. You've got to watch out for b3 ideas from black. So that's why I take.
Right. Yeah. But then after black plays fe6, you spend all this time bringing the knight to f5. It's hard to accept.
True, yeah, your knight would instantly be removed from its pedestal. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody hates to work for nothing. And he comes up with some other move. I don't even know what that move was.
Yeah, he's playing rook f1, maybe with the idea of f4.
Okay.
So as black, you have a lot of pawn moves to consider. c4, d5, or b3. He goes for c4.
Yeah. b3 wasn't yet good, right? Because of bishop a5.
Right, bishop a5 and bishop b3 maybe. Not so clear. So I like the c4 move. b3 would be a huge threat, which Grischuk ignores.
Mm-hmm. I love when people ignore threats.
It does make for some excitement. And after d4, by the way, this bishop on b1, which looks completely out of the game, would suddenly be on a juicy diagonal.
Right. And white's controlling d4, so black doesn't even have the option. Knight in on d4.
Although he's going to try. Can he go? Knight d4?
He's trying.
Oh, queen b6 is also very strong.
Yeah, that's a nice tilt there.
And there might be some tactics here connected with d5. He goes for it. Fe.
Yeah, there's all kinds of reasons. F6 is hanging.
Whoa.
Knight on 3.
So fe5, d4, I guess, and you take the bishop. 5 seconds for Grischuk. Can he find a way out of this? Bishop e1, knight d4 maybe? Or ef. Lots of stuff hanging.
Ooh, opening up the board.
I think you go... but how do you do this? Because f6 is hanging now. Do you go knight d7? Whoa, he finds knight c2, takes...
Yikes. 6 seconds each.
Hang on, but when the smoke clears, I think Grischuk should be happy about this. He's going to win c2.
Cleans up line.
Knight f5, sacking a piece? Oh my.
Huge.
Still sharp.
One.
Is there some tactic here? Very, very close, but I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, both sides are just
Trade
making
point.
moves here. Oh, h4. Rook f7?
Black's
What is going on? Okay, takes king h8. But there's nothing. Somehow there is nothing there. And are they just going to draw here or king g8? No, Ding goes for it.
There's 3 pawns. He comes out.
But black has great control. Black has great control of the dark squares here, and he can go after white's king.
Yeah.
Lots of check. He's probably going to be able to win b2. She does. Queen h7.
But that's going to cost the h pawn. 4 seconds, 3
Oh,
seconds.
why did he give it with check? Okay, yeah, now he's just got to move. He's got to move. Wait, there was queen g7 there.
It's like
Hang on.
Grischuk's going to get a point back on time.
It's not over. There's still a lot of checks, but you escape. You escape through h4, g5. Wow. Oh, but queen a5. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that was a little surprise.
Still some work to do. All right, queen g6. Queen g6. He's got him.
And then
I think you can take in G5. Yep, yeah. Promote with check. Huge win, get it back to 1. But yeah,
wow.
that could have gone either way. Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, Ding had the extra bishop, could have repeated, brought out, and then he just like hit that one move where he sort of like in a couple seconds didn't quite flag, but lost control. The board just got down to second.
All right, so we see another Catalan.
So Grischuk had one bad game with the Catalan that I recall.
Yes. Okay, now this line is very dangerous in bullet. Like there can be some knight g5, knight e4 if Ding wants. But okay, he goes for something else.
Looks like Grischuk wants him to play knight g5.
Yeah, it's hard to say which side that would favor in a bullet game. But this one, queen b6. Hold on a second. Okay, knight d3, very logical. Kick the bishop.
That's nice.
You want the bishop to move, so you have bishop e3 coming with tempo. Nice retreating move there.
Yeah, that takes all the steam out of Black's position. He's going to slightly work endgame.
Yep.
That's suffering. Ding has used 3 seconds game. Well, now a few more.
Yeah, now Ding can take some time here to figure out how he wants to pose problems.
Yeah.
Knight on b3 is an annoying piece.
But then there's knight d5.
Yeah, rook d1, bishop d5. So I like this decision just to get rid of the knight. Now you can use one of these files to invade.
All right, so he takes like a really small edge into the so-called Fischer endgame of rook and bishop versus rook and knight.
And it looks promising after rook a5. I think you have to defend it passively with rook b8. Because rook c2, yeah, I thought king f3 here. And now, how do you... I guess you can try b4. But
even
wait, rook b5...
Rook b5 looked really scary to me when...
yes, and now e4. Ah, there's knight e7. Hang on. Nice idea by Grischuk. Keeping the pawn alive momentarily.
Oh, yeah. And knight c6 is a huge threat to the b2 pawn.
Yes.
So how do we keep anything here?
Maybe... Oh, rook c5, knight c6 anyway, because you have the fork. And Ding doesn't see how to deal with it, so
Yeah,
they are going to make a draw this game. Yeah. Now, if Hikaru was white, he might play like 100 moves in this endgame, but I expect Ding will just make the draw here.
Yeah, these players have been like resigning when they're losing, agreeing to draws when they're drawing. I think
it's too early. Yeah, it's too early to do this kind of stalling. Yeah.
Yeah, I think also that the impression I get is they both care about what the position is on the board.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like it's like to them it's still chess, even though it's played super fast. Whereas for some people it's a totally different game, right? It's like the clock.
You mean it's not chess? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like for some people, like if they could flag you with 1 pawn against 2 queens, 2 rooks, and 2 knights, like that's really awesome to them, and that's the game that they're playing towards. But I feel like these players would just sort of resign once they're down 2 queens. You know, the chance of getting that draw is not something that, or flag is not something that interests them at that point.
You're absolutely right on that. Yeah, both, I'm sure, have tremendous respect for each other, respect for the objectivity of the game. And to your point, there won't be any flags with down 2 queens, rooks, and knights with increment, though.
Yeah. But I mean, there are some people who do play for that, even with a 1 second increment. It's not a lot. You know, you can mouse slip, or with the connections, right? I mean, if they wanted to say never say die, they each have reason to, like, maybe the other guy's connection's going to go out, and we haven't seen that.
F4, F5. Right. I like this for... I like it for Ding, trying to play along the light squares.
Yeah, me too.
Can you take on F4? Oh, yeah, GF... Knight H4. There's Knight H4, and I think there's got to be some tactics coming with Bishop F6.
Yeah, I thought white missed their chance earlier to trade one pawn on the queen side. A takes b6, knight c4, and sort of find some maneuvers for the pieces. But now as the board blows up, I would be very happy to have black.
Oh, me too. And how do you even deal with this?
I mean, you can move your rook and on bishop c3, play queen h4.
Oh, wow. And he's going to try that.
Yeah.
I guess it's not losing immediately.
E4 is
now he sacks.
Goes an exchange. He doesn't even take the exchange.
It's too much. Yeah, it's just too much. I think you can just simplify it now.
Yeah, now he can just take it off. And
very convincing win there by Ding with the black pieces. It's back up to 2.
Yeah. For those just joining us, in bullet was as big as 3 points for Ding Liren, and he was sort of methodically increasing his advantage in the 5-minute and 3-minute portion until Grischuk uncorked the only black win, the first black win, the only black win of the Blitz section, and won 2 games in a row and brought us into an extremely close bullet match here.
And that game just now might have been Ding's first win with black. That has to be confirmed, but we have seen like an absolute whitewash. White totally dominating this match thus far.
Yeah.
Another
getting
Catalan.
like big leads on the clock and nice positions at the same time.
So I've played this for white. I think E3 is a very typical move that the engine suggests. But he's going to go bishop d6 right away. Sometimes even to sacrifice the pawn, but you open the c file, you get some squares.
Yeah.
Maybe knight bd2.
See that pawn being lost at some point.
Like even queen b8 could scoop it up. Goes knight b6. All right, so this is what I'm saying. He's going to try and just sack the pawn. But in exchange, he gets the pawn on e5, maybe knight on h5 is boxed out, and the other knight will jump on c5. Yeah, rook c1. I'm worried about f6. This is the one thing that black can try. Okay, a4.
Looked like that white's next move anyway.
Yeah, I like this for Ding. I think if you can just go b3, put the other knight on d3 and f4, it looks really nice.
Yeah, he's got ample room to.
Oh, he's going to play knight g5 and bishop f3. Kill this knight and then put the knight on f4. Wow, super technical.
That's it. Knight 8.
That's a masterclass.
Maybe should have played h4 and put the knight.
Well, this is also huge. I mean, you've got rook h6. You can go after the a3 pawn whenever you want. Also, rook c1, knight d3. Transfer the knight. Oh, this looks lovely. Knight d3. Yep. Knight d3 or rook h1. Both are very good. But this is just a nightmare for Grischuk. And he might get tortured here for another few minutes. So it's a game where you could lose slowly.
I mean,
oh my gosh, total domination.
There's a point where it's better to just resign this, right? Because of...
You might want to resign, yeah.
You're spending match time on a game that's just gone. I mean...
It's also, it's getting to the point... It's getting to the point where I'd actually rather resign than play. Like, it's such a sad position.
Yeah.
But, okay, Ding's taking his time here. I guess he's not sure if he wants to go after the A-pawn or not.
Was there anything wrong with rook A7?
I don't see anything wrong with that, yeah. But king G5, this is another way to crash through. And he's going to go... At some point, G4, G5. Yeah.
He's trying to queen G pawn.
That's
that's
clinical.
Is so passive.
Clinical way to finish. Actually, it's still tricky.
There's nothing clinical about letting black queen.
Yeah, king e7, but king h8,
Going to
it's still
H8,
fine.
huh?
Yep.
Going to
No
H8.
checks here.
Oh my god, that is sick. It wasn't quite the level of clean I would want in my own clinic, but it was nonetheless the third point, the biggest lead we've had today, tied up here.
Yeah, most important was that he got the job done, and for Grischuk, only a bit more than 12 minutes. I guess that's like 5 games. He probably has to win this one with white.
Yeah, Grischuk spends a whole tempo A3 to avoid that big B4 move. The semi-Tarrasch, you've been playing that yourself. He's giving it a
slightly
with A3.
Right, it's very slightly better for white with the space advantage. Pawn on E4.
Okay.
Now as Ding, I want a fianchetto, but it's difficult. Maybe I gotta go bishop D7 instead.
Yeah, I can't imagine how you're going to play B6 as black. Did he really just spend 30 seconds on a move and bullet?
Yeah, it's
just
such a tough
opening
position.
To sort of like, how should I develop?
Oh, what? I think he's only got 2 bars now. Maybe it's a connection issue. I'm not sure.
You think it was just connection? Dang, if so, that's
I
terrible.
think it is. Yeah. Wow. Oh, it really is. Trying to see if his camera is freezing or not. But yeah, he's down to 2 bars, which is not a good sign. Still a very dry position. It's getting squeezed here. But knight e5, that's a good move. Now, these bishops do control all invasion squares on the D file. So it is hard to break through for white.
And then try one more heavy piece.
Yeah, he might be able to get away with this. I mean, he's got everything protected. But 1 second per move, I'm not sure how long you can sustain that pace.
Rook comes off the board. He should be in the clear. In which case, he played this entire game like from move 12 on, off of like 10 seconds.
Yes.
The whole middle game, the whole end game, everything.
Bishop a4, that's a nice move. Hard for either side to do anything now. Oh, there could be a queen c4 idea. Queen c4, queen f1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
But he's just playing it very
This
clean.
should be... Is there any way white can try and press, like with f4 or something? Bishop a2?
Meh.
Maybe? Bishop d5?
I think bishop c7
okay, but now...
d6 for one.
it's... Yeah, it's still probably not enough. But let's see. Let's see. There could be h4, g5. h4. So he's allowing g5, but still... Okay, wait, but now g6. Now there's bishop
you
h6
just
ideas?
always have to be ready for that.
Is it still a fortress, though? Wow.
Ooh, he was ready. He was ready. He can see the whole thing. The whole shape.
Yes. He saw it coming from a mile away. And
his king's on a tight leash.
It's still a fortress somehow. Unless you go king d3, bishop e3. Because I think you need control of this diagonal.
Yeah.
I saw the bar jump there for some reason. What is it?
Oh, really?
Oh, there was bishop e5 and f6. Oh my gosh.
Oh, but I thought the black king was always on the e file. Did he step to the d file for one move?
He stepped it on
can't
d7.
do that.
Yeah.
Whether the bishop's threatening h6 or e5 is the same. The king needs to stay on that two-step leash.
Mm-hmm.
Ding now has more time than he had at move 10.
Okay, now can you take it?
We
What
got
is
the
this pawn
bishop trade.
endgame? C5 should be a draw. Yes. Yes, this is a draw. King C7, and now the king's just
And now it's sort of mind squares. If either player steps up to C4 or B6, the other player does the same, and then you are on the mind square. You have to step away and lose.
Yeah, clutch save by Ding after losing half of his starting time in the first 10 moves. And only 7 minutes. I think now Grischuk has to win every single game.
Has to win out 3 games. And he's got to start with black, and he goes to the King's Indian. And, you know, that one really key game he won with black, it started in an English, but it had that King's Indian feel later on with knight d3 and queen b6.
You're right, it did. And he's trying to recreate that. But here I think Ding has a good version. He's going to quickly get queenside play. c5 is a good move. What if I take on c6? What do you even recapture with? I'm wondering, like, is there some... I guess knight b3 and c5, you meet it with d5. All right. I mean, this is an imbalanced position, so at least there are going to be chances.
Yeah, you have to be satisfied at this point in the game. I mean, it could all go wrong in 1 or 2 moves, but at this point, you've got what you want.
All you can ask for is an imbalance, I feel. Yeah. Takes on d5. Now, if black is able to stabilize in the center, it's a very good position. And I think you can, because you always have knight c7 at your disposal. Maybe just f6?
Yeah, f6, bishop e.
Mm-hmm. Just consolidate everything in the center. Maybe d4 or knight c7. I like both
e4,
moves.
So you might want f5 first.
Ah, f5 first. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. And can he start pushing these down the board?
Now he could push them. Oh, but he goes for the king side instead of the center.
Wow, he wants e4, f3, and mate.
Yeah, that was a big surprise to me. I thought he would go d4, e4, and try and just sweep the white pieces out, and then clean up the queenside pawns.
But maybe there are a few good ways to go forward here. And Ding down to 10 seconds. Knight d4. Very
Total
promising
mess.
for Grischuk. Do you
Total
go
mess,
f3?
but he's got 30 seconds. That's a notable advantage as well here.
Yeah, oh, rook a3.
Cool as a ding. It just covers the 3rd rank.
But there's so many threats for black. Is there bishop e5 or like bishop g4? Which one do you play?
But as long as Ding doesn't like drop anything, he puts that pressure on Grischuk to find high difficulty level moves with 20 seconds. That can be really hard.
Yeah, and Grischuk getting low on time too. He has so many options here. Rook c7. Oh god, what's going on? This is total chaos now.
Yeah.
Takes knight d4. Is there e3? I think this is good.
Nice shot.
Oh,
E3.
but there is bishop c3. The queen is guarding f2. Oh goodness. Rook f2. Ding has no time, but he sacks.
Yeah.
And after the dust settles, queen f2.
It's reasonable.
How reasonable is it though? I've got rook c5.
I don't know. He's got 0 seconds.
Yeah, I think
for a second I thought he was just going to play a7 or something, you know. And
according to the engine, it was winning for white, but like down a queen and you're back rank with 2 seconds.
Okay, so there were chances there. After
there were chances, yeah, but you're not going to be able to find the right moves with 2 seconds. So
it might have just been a7.
Yeah, but that's step 1 for Grischuk. So he's got 1 down. He needs 2 more. Force this into a tiebreak.
Yeah.
All right, I like this too. So another imbalance. He wants to get in e4. Black trying bishop a6.
King h1 looks unnecessary here, but who knows?
Okay, does black want c5? Yes.
Oh yeah. I would say almost any time white's played f3, you could play c5 if you want to.
Whoa, I think that was a mouse slip. I think he wanted to go bishop f8 because rook f8 doesn't make any sense, and he went back into rook e8. So mouse slip there.
Well spotted.
Luckily, not the worst mouse slip I've ever seen.
No, all it cost him was 2 doubled white rooks on the c-file.
When you put it like that. Yeah.
No, but you're right. It could have been like, he could have hung his queen or something, or a rook. And there you go.
Yeah, this doesn't look so bad for him
2
anymore.
white rooks on the c-file no longer look like a big deal. Now they've been traded.
Absolutely. Now g6 cutting the square off. This is going to be hard for Grischuk to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good
thing is he's only spent like 20 seconds on this game so far, right? So.
Well, but Ding has even more time somehow.
Yeah. But if Ding just agreed to a draw instead of running down the match clock here, he only really
you don't
has
have
time for one more game.
You only have time for one more
way.
game. Yeah, this is a must win, and I think Grischuk knows it.
Okay. So maybe I have to work something up. I would say h4, h5 to weaken the light squares. I know I've suggested that a few times.
I like that idea a lot. Yeah, I like that idea. You probably keep queens. Yeah, queen d1 or queen e2. Yeah, but queen d1 allows queen b2. Wait, he takes.
The problem with queen takes queen is it allows black to take white's queen.
Yeah, like the endgame is going to be much closer to a draw than anything. Although, you are keeping this pawn at bay with knight d3.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be even worse if black were queening immediately.
Mm-hmm. It's possible that white can run his king over and try and collect this guy.
He wants to trade the knight when it's on d3.
Okay.
But it's true. If Grischuk can collect the pawn, he can win.
Oh no! King e2, bishop
b2,
b2, and otherwise there's g5. Oh my gosh, this might be
bishop c1, g5.
This might be game over. Oh my goodness!
I think he's gonna go for knight d5 and sack, right?
Yeah, but you're never ever winning this game.
Seems unlikely, but let's see. He's going for the a pawn. Will knight b7 be played?
Yeah, knight b7 is super safe. Oh man, this should be the end of the match.
That bishop on c1 is pretty well placed.
Yeah,
so
White's king can never venture.
Yeah, he can just move back and forth. He doesn't even need to win this as black, right? Just king d6, king e6, king d6.
But just to be safe, I guess he might try to win. I'm not sure.
Speaking of safe, where's that?
No. This
is
g8
or something.
Grischuk might not even get another game. I glanced at the clock. He might not even get another game.
Yeah. Okay, black throws in h5. I thought at this point black was just playing king b4 to a3 or something, just like trying to finish it right there.
Yeah, it's all over.
The match clock has expired, huh? So Ding has won no matter what happens with this game, but he also won this match on the board this game.
He did, yeah. Looks like he's putting up the finishing touches. Yeah, he can win this as slowly as he wants.
There he goes for it.
Although here he is allowing some chances. It doesn't matter, of course, but maybe there's some chances for white now.
Did you see that bishop takes e3, knight c4 check, Breck?
Oh, with the fork, yeah.
That was cheeky. Not defending his e-pawn, but Ding didn't fall for it.
And knight c3 check didn't seem like it was in time. Yeah. So this is going to end in a draw, I'm guessing. King d4. Yeah, you go
King
and win.
King e4 was really clean. Okay.
King e4 was fine. Yeah, but this also.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it will end in a 2-point margin. But I feel like Ding always had it under control.
Yeah.
But that first game where Sasha lost connection, that was a killer, and we'll certainly ask him about it if he joins us.
Yeah. What a battle that was. That last game too. I mean, just epic from both of them through almost 100 moves. So what do you think? By how many points was the 1 minute decided? By 1 extra point for Ding?
Correct. Yeah, because he had a 1-point advantage going in, and he never relinquished it. So I think we can say that he was the worthy winner. But yeah, to lose a game by connection when you've worked so hard to pull within 1 and that happens, it's gutting.
Yeah, and that was right when we said he had the momentum, right? It was just like the very first taste of Bullet was just horrible. Horrible taste.
All right. Wow. So another match in the books. Same 2-point margin as the first one. Very similar score, I think. The other one was 14.5, 12.5. So just one less game, I guess. And we will have Ding joining us shortly. I think now we'll take our final break of the day.
Wait, we're not gonna have an interview today. We're just gonna go over a couple things. We're gonna show you all where the bracket stands now. Ding, the second the second player to go through to the quarterfinals on the opposite side of the bracket from Fabi. And he will next face the winner of Nihal Sarin versus Anish Giri. We've got another match for you all tomorrow as well. For anybody who's really pumped up and is like, 3 hours of Blitz, show me more. Show me more. There will be another match tomorrow, and that is going to be starting around this time. So it's going to be later than today's match. It's going to start around now, 5 minutes from now, tomorrow, Monday. Ding's opponent for the World Championship match, Jan Nepomniachtchi, up against the World Blitz champion, current reigning World Blitz champion, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave of France.
Yeah, Nepo versus MVL in the first round. Like, this could easily be the finals.
It could be.
It shows how crazy strong this SEC field really is, and I'm so looking forward to this blockbuster tomorrow. Holy cow.
Yeah, there's so many good players now. It's hard to know like who's the best, and that's part of the fun of the SEC. You know, a chance for us to find out who's the best at Blitz right now. And then in terms of the chess season, it goes straight from the Speed Chess Championships into the World Blitz Championships. So fun to see all the Blitz in November and December. So I want to, extend my appreciation and admiration to the two contestants that we watched today, and also to you, Jeffrey, for explaining a lot of things about chess to me and the others in chat.
Yeah, hopefully most of it was understandable. I know that I can talk really fast, and the variations can be complex even for me. I confuse myself all the time. But yeah, it was a pleasure to work with you, David. You are one of the pioneers of chess.com. So yeah, just an honor to be here with you, and thanks for joining.
All right. And thanks also to all of you, our viewers, without whom chess.com probably wouldn't bother to put on this show. I hope you've been well entertained as we were by Ding, Liren, and Alexander Grischuk. And, take care. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow for the next match.
All right. Thanks, everyone.